There's the volume. Had to find it. Took a bit. Alright. Alrighty. Okay. What is up, everyone? This is Coffee with Soul. I am your host. We're gonna chat. We're gonna talk and hang out and, just kind of share how our weekends went and everything. It's reset day, so may your vaults be merry. I happen to get transmog. Hey, I got myself some fancy schmancy stuff. What was it again? A sword. Got myself a sword, a heroic sword, and then upgraded that guy to, you know, to unlock the myth appearance or whatever. So I'm cool with that. I mean, I haven't needed gear. Like I'm like done. So it's like, what do we do? What else? Well, what else this weekend? I watched Odyssey. It was sick. I had a whole lot of fun with it. It was funny because I knew nothing about the movie. I saw a preview at one point, but I totally forgot about it. I didn't see any of like the marketing, the tours, the guest stars and whatever on the late night show, nothing like that. And so as I was watching, I was like looking, and I was looking at Tom Holland's character. I was like, oh, and he's like, and he's like looking at his hot mom. I'm like, oh, is he like Oedipus or something? Wait, is that even the right thing? And then they were referring to Odysseus a number of times. I'm like, okay, yeah. And then when they showed Matt Damon, I was like, oh, oh, okay, it's him. Okay, I get it. That's cool. That's how little I knew going into it. But it was a very, very fun movie. And I even recommended it to my mom. We were talking for a little bit yesterday, as we usually do, and then somehow it just kind of came in. I was like, dude, mom, you gotta like treat yourself and like go out sometime with a friend or whatever. It's pretty good, you'll like it. It's the kind of thing that she likes. You know, it's like something that's kind of suspenseful and has some action but not too much action and all that. So like I said, hope everyone's doing well. Let me know how your weekend was. Let's take a look at folks to say hi to. What's up to Ravens? You're the first person to say hi. What's up to Puddle Jumper and Susan Seagroves and Melvinu and Savitar and Vicaria? What's up to Wild Huntress and Red Mana Pander? What's up to Ashvane, another Druid, Kavik Wolf, Blywood? Hello to Arumis, to Arcadius and Anaroka. Hello to Falcor. And to me, who did a sticky. What's up to Kamazots and Hex Raven? What's up to Grizzgirl? Hello to Grim and Jolly Goodfella and Moxie and K9 Yo-Yo. Let's go with that. What's up to Valfire and Amira? Hello to Saint Letha and to the rest of y'all. The beautiful digital smiling faces going to join us throughout the day. Great to have you. Great to be here. What else did I do? I set up the marathon channel. So I have a new channel up. I'll link it now because I'm shameless. So it's boom. So there it is. So I soft launched it. I'm still in the process of soft launching it actually. Over the weekend. I just let the dude run all crazy. I'm like, dude, let's go. It would be great if you were to follow it. It'll be even greater if you were to watch it every day for the rest of your life. So, and what I'm going to do towards the end of, once we're done with the visits for today, I'm going to try to cheese things. I'm going to be kind of unethical, right? So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raid my own channel. So y'all going to come with me. We're all going to go together. And then we're going to hang out for a little bit longer. Because I'm trying to pad numbers. Because I want the channel to become an affiliate account. That way it can start like running ads and all that stuff. And then it'll just like, and then I can just start running it forever. And ever and ever and ever. So like there's some benefits of having the marathon channel up. It kind of like, it lights a fire under my ass to be like, yo, you still have about like 500 and something visits that you still need to cut and process and make into like separate VODs. The main thing that's been slowing me down, two things that, the main thing that's been slowing me down is basically YouTube, because I can't just drop everything. I can't just make 500 things and just like release them just like that. It would end up tanking that channel. It just wouldn't work out. And what I want to do is be able to, kind of piecemeal things that I put out on a pretty regular basis. But I can't do that. The Marathon channel lets me do that though, because all I have to do is, you know, cut the video, throw it onto the queue basically, and then it'll just start circulating in this whole giant loop. I guess there's another thing. The other thing though is I have the worst time. I suck at it. I have the worst time making thumbnails and titles for videos. So imagine this, buddies. Imagine you have 700 videos and you'll want to try to make like a distinct thumbnail and title that gives appreciation to the person who made that, you know. So of course you can kind of like refer to, okay, what the build is. You can take a screenshot of like the visit and all that stuff. That all helps. But when it comes to like making a decent title that really like captures like what's in the visit, it starts to become extremely difficult when I do like, okay, cool, here's a warband house and it's based on night elves, and then I see that like 4 times in a row and I'm like, how do I do this? How do I make this distinction? And one obvious thing that I can do is, well, I could have them titled like accurately and all that, but I can space them apart too. So that's why for me, whenever I do visits, the variety is king, hands down. Like if I can, you know, as I'm going through visits and I'm doing one thing after another, if I happen to see a visit that's like, okay, here's a maze, and then here's a warband house, and then here's this crazy statue depiction thing, and then here's another warband, that feels healthy. If I get warband, it starts to like blur, and I'm like, oh no. And that kind of reflects when I'm trying to do the post-production stuff. And so, you know, I'm sharing a lot. I know that's kind of what I do. Sorry. So like yesterday, for example, I was like, okay, I'm gonna pump stuff out. Let's go. And so I pumped out 21 actually. 21 videos. And they're all in the queue right now. So that's great. And then I was like, wait, okay, so I have a group visit that I just did last week. Let me start doing these. And I spent more time just to sit my ass there thinking of thumbnails or thinking of thumbnail titles and titles. I'm like, shit, this is tough. I had such a hard time doing it. Oh, gosh. You got paid for tanking to get my ahead of the curve. That's interesting, Ben. What to fetch my Lord of the Ring theme build? Where can I fill out an application to get on the list of houses you visit? Thanks. Right now, the queue... So here's the other thing that's going to happen. So we're going to do a full round of 18 visits this week. Next week, and by the way, hi, Krenith, and friends. Next week, though, I will do no visits. I will do a break. Around Azeroth will be on like a little bit of a break because I want to get caught up with work. And also, straight up, I'm burning out. I've been doing like a lot of stuff in the background. There's a lot of things that I'm trying to handle all at the same time, like the Marathon channel and finalizing this whole thing with stickers and the promotions and shirt designs. And then there's like the day-to-day of doing the main channel with the commentary. There's the guides that I still want to try and put together for the upcoming patch and season, along with like how to gear up and like where to get things and explaining the so-called system around the world content and then what's going on with delves. And it's a lot. Oh boy, it's a lot. So I need to take some time to try and do that, and trying to balance that while doing visits. While I'm still going to be working. I'm not going on like a vacation or anything like that. I'm just trying to get caught up with stuff. So I had to kind of like look at myself in the mirror and be like, yo, just take a goddamn break. Like, because as much as I want to continue doing the visits and continue doing the flow, the last thing I want to do is start feeling miserable and tired and all that, or feel like, oh, let me just get through this real quick. That's the last thing I want to do as a content creator. It's a job, but I definitely don't want to feel like I'm miserable doing, oh, let me just get through these visits real quick. Ugh, that just doesn't feel good, right? No one who wants to have us like take a look at their place they don't want that sort of energy, and I don't want to give that energy. Know what I mean? So next week, break from streaming, straight up. I might pop on the marathon channel in case I don't hit affiliate. I'm going to try and do it this week though. So again, once we're done with visits this week, I'm going to be doing a weird thing. I'm going to raid myself, and I'm going to see if that like counts, I guess, towards getting affiliate with that channel. So that'll be fun. I need a break before 12.1 take you to the server. I wish I could. But I do want to get them guides out, and then it's a very constant thing, like because of the new cadence from Blizzard. That affects creators too, in a good way and a bad way, like because there's constantly something to do. Yeah, there's constantly something to do, but oh well. Let me arrange that one then from now on. Oh yeah, if you want to, yeah, I mean, if you want to do that, Krinoff, while I happen to not be on, but the marathon channel is running, okay, that's cool. Now here's the dumb thing about this whole, okay, so while you're masturbating yourself, why are you raiding your own channel? There are rules where if you want to be eligible for an affiliate account, you need to do actual live streams. You can't do reruns. And so as a rule, if you're playing reruns, you must check this box that says you are playing reruns. Otherwise, I don't know what happens otherwise, but I'm just going to say that's the rule and I'm going to follow it. So I need to be there live. I'm like, okay, that's kind of silly and dumb, but well, I'll deal with it. And so that's why I'm going to raid myself, because I'm technically going to be live. I guess. And so I have it all set up. Like I even have like a little trigger right there. It's all like kind of ready to go. I just need to make sure that it is in fact a live stream and not like a rerun stream. And yeah, it's silly. So we don't often overlap, so I can just send them there. Nice. And that's going to be the master plan for the marathon channel, is that it's going to be like one thing. Look, it's usually late at night when I'm doing stuff, and I'm like, okay, let me look and see if there's any housing streams running. And mind you, it's like 11 o'clock in the evening my time, so it's 11 o'clock Pacific. Don't want to do shit. I'm like, man, there ain't nobody. Fuck. So you know, it might as well be me. I might as well do I might as well do it my damn self. And so that'll be fun. Yeah. What's up, Grayson? And what's up to you, Fel? But yeah, so since I'm taking a break from streams next week, I will not open up the queue. That's why I put the sticky up there. So sorry for folks who are like really excited about it and all that. And even then, like it's gonna be kind of messy, because I am gonna try and secure EU visits. So if there's anyone in the EU who wants me to see their plays, your best bet is to DM me on Discord, and then we'll arrange for like visits to happen. Because now I'm just making a big ass guess, okay? I'm guessing that the patch is going to come out the week of August 11th, because it's kind of predicted like that. But they haven't announced it yet. So for all we know, they're pushing things back because they just feel like it. You know, they can do whatever they want. And we'll just have to see just how all that plays out. But if anything, if they do push out the patch a little bit more, that'll be a big benefit to me. Oh, that'll be a relief. It'll give me that much more time to like do stuff. Morning, Lillian. All right, let me at least head over to our first place, because it's not here. It's not in US. It's over in EU realms. Yay! I just need to find my battle nets. Where we at? Where we at? I can ask if I can post something in the WoW housing community, but it'll have to wait, what's that? I can ask if I can post something in the WoW housing community, but I'll have to ask for the rules. It is NA and EU. What are you referring to, Amir? Every job has vacation time. Or yeah, that I wish that were true. It is true, but Okay, where's my channel at? Or where's my list? There's my lists. Oh, we got 8 minutes. Oh, we got hella time, dude. What am I doing? It's cool. We hang. Let's go here. So patch release date announced date tomorrow. It could be, yeah. Yeah, could be. It's kind of funny because they've announced patches like the week before. They've announced patches up to a month before. Pretty wild. So because we still haven't gotten an announcement, you know, some folks, you know, are speculating, oh, maybe they're pushing out a little bit. Do they need to push it out? I don't know, because it is release candidate. And so at this point, like I gave this critique before, where Blizzard is probably going to give themselves a problem by if they were to like do last minute fixes or whatnot after it hits release candidate, they're going to bite themselves in the ass, and they did. So we'll see what they do this time around. Hopefully they'll just be like on top. I mean, they were on top of it for this patch. 1207 came out pretty smooth, if I recall correctly. 12.1, that's gonna be, you know, that's a big patch though. That's adding a lot of stuff. I'm counting on, you know, while I am counting on like all sorts of like housing cool stuff, it's also gonna be scary because it's like, hey guys, blueprints are out. So it's like, okay, who's gonna be the first person who demolishes their house, or who you know, backs up their house via blueprint and then demolishes their house to hopefully bring it back up again? I ain't gonna be first, man. I'm sorry, man. I ain't gonna risk it. I like my shit, and y'all know me. I build hella slow, so I don't want to mess my stuff up. 12.5 is preloaded into the PTR, and 12.1 is now release candidate. Sprint cycle tells me it's highly likely they'll be in the next 2 or 3 weeks. And then there's just what they, you know, there's what we can definitely predict based on historical stuff and like the regular flow of things, and then there's what will actually happen. Oh. But I am expecting it this week. The announcement for this week, you know, because I'm expecting the I'm expecting the patch to be the week of the 11th. Selfishly hoping it drops on the 18th because I'm out of town the week of the 11th. I mean, from the feel of things, like there's no way for me to really know how the schedule of the zone content is going to work out, but it seems pretty accessible. Like there's a pretty decent and pretty beefy campaign that we're going to get. I think it's gonna be pretty cool. The whole zone flow, it just seems to be like, okay, just have at it, go for it, and start grinding away for things that you want. But it's not like, oh my god, it'll be like Undermine. Like there's gonna be like zone accessibility and like little perks and things like that, but the bread and butter of things, like, yo, I just want to do raids and dungeons and all that stuff, like that's fine. You can just not care about what's going on in the zone once you decide to stop caring about it. In the meantime, there are fulfilling things that you get from the zone content. You know, there's that, but you know, not too much to worry about. By the way, let me thank some folks. Big thanks to Ladora for subscribing. Also thanks to Grim and Shadowfiend and Blywin and Arcadius. Thank you very, very much, guys. And I think someone had like a, okay, that was earlier where someone did like a tier 2 sub. That was Wild Huntress from last week. That's a gangster, dude. And by the way, thanks for following on the other channel as well. Yeah, it was, I spent more than I wanted to. I spent about $1,000 for like the whole setup. That was for, now in fairness, I used this whole situation to give myself an excuse to buy another 4K monitor. Like I could have just bought a little cheapy guy, some little cheap thing that was like $100 or whatever. That's like a 19 by 20 by 1080 whatever. But I was like, nah, okay, here's what I'll do. Let me take this 1440 that I have and I'll bring that downstairs and then I'll get a new 4K monitor and I'll bring it up here. Yeah, so that set me back like another $300. So it could have been about $600-700. Because damn, external hard drives are really expensive too. Oh, brutal, man. The main archive drive that I have right now, it's a 22 terabyte drive, and it cost me $240, something like that, when I bought it about a year ago. For the same price, I only got like a 6 terabyte, and I'm like, or 6 or 8, I forget. But I'm like, oh, that's so sad. It's fuck AI, all right? Just fuck AI and all this other stuff that's making the prices go up for like no good goddamn reason. It's stupid. It's stupid. Enjoy next week up. I came in during the talk. I mean, I'm off from streaming, but I'm going to be like toiling away at pumping out videos. Like I said, I did 20 yesterday in an afternoon. That was cool. The goal is to get as close to that 700 as I can. So I'm kind of working. So at the moment, I'm working my way backwards. Like I have, so like visits from last week and the week before and so on, those are like processed for the most part and kind of ready to go. But I want to keep going back and back and back week by week, all the way to the first week of December, because that's as far back as it goes. It's a lot. It's a lot of stuff to do. So, yeah, we'll be looking at about 500 that I'll be trying to put out. I spent so long getting to 23 in RPGs only to find that I can't get them out anywhere but 3v3. So, oh, that sucks. I didn't realize that. That's quite restrictive. Gosh. So we're about to start visits. Today we're going to be looking at festoons, as well as... Oh, let me get this pronunciation right here. Come on, names. Okay. Festoon, then Bushir, followed by Amaterasu, Iga, Laprissa, and then Twileaf. Yeah, we'll be looking at those 6, and then we will hang out on the marathon channel for a little bit, or the rerun channel, marathon channel. Oh, it's both, but yeah, that both work just fine. And then while we're there, like if y'all can like give a follow and all that, that'll be great. Hi, Ladora. Happy morning. All right, so let's get things situated here. I think all that stuff is good, right? Just turn the music off. Ooh, and good morning, Delirium. I hope everyone's doing well. Ooh, and that your vaults are decent. All right. All that looks good. And hard drive space. I'm extremely confident that I checked. And I should be fine. Yeah, I'm fine. We're good. All right, folks, this is Festoon's place. Now we're over in Razorwind, and we're seeing a very rare sight. Very, very rare sight. It is an orc-style house, and it is still an orc-style house. I don't mean to, like, make fun, but frankly, a lot of folks, they tend to shy away from the idea of, like, this, of, like, rugged housing. But in this case, they kept it. Now, it is skinned. I wanna kind of point that out. And it is skinned to make it have like this very what feels like a very Tauren vibe, but it still retains like most of the original shape that would come from the orc housing and the structuring. But then with a couple of clever pieces, it becomes very much this more Tauren style kind of house, which looks great. So it's like, okay, Torn just used tens, things like that. But then, you kind of look at what we have here, and this kind of leans more towards, um, oh, not Thunder Bluff. It's the place in Legion. Thunder Totem, I think is what it's called. Nope, that's not it at all. It's the place in Legion where all the high mountain people live. It has that kind of vibe to it. So that really impresses me. That they went for like this kind of style. It's neat. It's great. Let's do a jog around. I have to jog because orc housing is so freaking big. We have this kind of covered spa area, and it's sized for Tauren. At least it feels like that, because yeah, this is how big that guy is. Just climbing in is going to be a feat. We'll continue jogging around. We have some green surrounding to the side. It makes it feel like it's a place that's been here for a while. That kind of lived in feel. While you don't see like clutter necessarily, as in like personal clutter, you do have instead, you just have greens that are growing out. And again, like notes how we're looking at some of the skinning here between like the leather working patterns, the rugs and whatnots that give it this bit more of a tribal look. Right up here, you have this upper pantry, which interesting that we have an upper pantry. I almost look at it like it's going to be a giant bird feeder. Like, okay, is this a pantry or is this just where the birds eat? Because they're going to hang out here, and there ain't no way we're going to be able to get up there in time to save the food. If anything, they'll knock that thing off and be like, haha, it's all ours now. But maybe that's the point. Maybe that's like all for them. All right, so it is. Oh, I did get Thunderstorm right. Nice. Yeah, I got it right. Okay, let me climb up this other side here so we can see what else they had put down. Like the dressing here, like they used a bunch of canoes, so that way they can get that sort of like tribal print of the fishy. But to just get that kind of vibe at all. And then as we get higher, we can see how some of the acacias down there they come up here to help fill out more space. And there's even more to climb here. And more. Okay, this goes up way higher than I thought. Oh, up to this observation tower. Nice. And what are we looking at? We're looking at how much cooler our place looks than theirs. Oh my god. That's Jerica's place. Jerica does not know what they're doing. Gosh. Can we see anyone else's house here? You know what? We can't see it because we look so awesome. We can't even see how janky everyone else's places look. Let's make our way down. All right, and then down, and then whoop, whoop, whoop. And then kind of down again. All right, we made it. Nice. Great Tauren vibes. I'm excited to see what we'll have inside. All right, so according to the notes, there's a whole nature landscape somewhere here. And another surprise. So now, as we come in, we have very much this tent feel, right? Drapes and drapes and drapes. It's funny because I've done many, many visits, and this is like the first time that I've seen one that has this sort of style, like we're just going into a tent. And we continue this theme, throughout the spot here. Now, of course, we have like a giant razor wind fountain there, and then it looks like we have like some structuring up there. Maybe up there. That's where the windmill and the turbine, all that stuff is going. But we have a vibe like this, and I like what's going on here. It's using default colors. You have like kind of the brown and the tanned orange look there. So we're looking at like default stuff, but I really, really like this place. It's so cool. It's cool because when it comes to the rough style of decor, it has like a certain kind of like natural not chaos, but it has like this natural, not clean look. It's not exact lines, it's not perfect congruent, whatever. It has like this natural mess, I guess, to it. But because of that, when you bring things together, it's like the game is doing some of the work for you. And so you have like what feels like these really um natural settings that they have. So like I think here's like kind of a tent that takes us elsewhere. Yeah, that's gonna be a tent that takes us elsewhere. But let's explore this room first. So I really like this whole giant tent feel. Like check out this crazy shape that they made using. Is this one thing? No, no, this is just one giant totem. No, it's not even that. Okay, yeah, that's cool. I didn't even realize that. Yeah, I never noticed how you can just utilize this shape. Yeah, you learn something every day, dude. Yeah, so they just totemed the chair, the throne, and made it that instead. That's awesome. Right back here. And notice like too, because of the tent layout, like I already feel kind of disoriented. Like I'm not entirely sure where I'm at. I think that's the entrance right there. Because it's not like, super, super clear. Which is actually I like that a lot because it has again this natural flow to it. Here we have like this floating kitchen of sorts. Actually, no, it's hanging. Ah, there we go. That's very unsafe, actually. It's like, yo, what if I like start like moving things around like that? But it looks like you have like this sort of like hanging kitchen style sort of dealy. Big spread of food, things ready to go. We have like our dining table right over here in a room for just a couple folks, and the wyvern's probably being like, I want to eat that stuff too. This stuff is nothing. This is, how dare you give me this slop? Give me the, yeah, that's a tease. You got like the cake right there, dude. But yeah, you eat, you feast, you hang back here, you just plop down, have yourself a smoke, and just kind of enjoy the vibes. Feels nice and warm in here. Almost kind of stuffy because you feel like the roof is low, but it's not. But you also have lots of like little fires running too. So you'll know. So when you're in environments like these, like you have like these kind of leather covers, and yeah, it starts to like catch oils and smells, and it starts to stick and age and become something else. So really neat. So I'm gonna kind of like wander around a little bit. I know I can kind of like, yeah, because of the tent style, I can just kind of be like, okay, I suddenly came into a bedroom. Haha. So here's their bedroom of sorts, along with a kind of this private planning spot, sort of a relaxing spot. But there's also what could be a window, maybe. Actually, it looks like no, it looks like I can teleport behind that. I'm gonna hold off on that though, for now. I still want to try and explore like this part of the house here, but I think I did. Yeah, I think we covered most everything, and we're ready to progress into other rooms. Now, one thing is it's kind of hard to identify when we go from one room to another because we see a lot of these shrouds. But let's see what happens when we go boop, this way. Ooh, little kind of gardeny spot. It's as if here's like a secret place, not even a secret place, but here's like a special place for this special herondar plant, plus the greens that are coming out from it too. So it's just this kind of isolated spot. All good. All right, let's keep kind of going around. So this might be a thing too. Actually, what's in here? This looks like so okay. So here's the back of the. So here's the totem that we saw earlier, the throne, but it's being used as a little bathroom. Tight space. Got our products and all that. Lots of little flowers to enjoy. Very nice. Again, rugged looks, man. Love the style that comes from these every time. Oh, and then now we kind of like shift the vibe here. So here is like this really carved out spot. We even have like folk walls, probably a secret shelf behind there. Interesting. All right, let's see what we got here. All of a sudden, a Kirin Tor colored shroud that leads us to. Well, actually, hold on. There's also notice you saw like some of the ethereal magic stuff going in. So neat little magic effect. But this takes us to. Boop. Ooh. Wow. Okay. This. Okay. I did not expect this. Now, mind you, there's still that portal that was back there. We need to make sure that we return to the tent. Oh boy. Now things have taken a turn. It looks like we have a climb ahead of us. But down here, at least, uh, we just wandered into this arcane anomaly of sorts. It's like, yo, boss, what are you hiding here? Yeah, great effects that we have. I mean, there's all sorts of things, all sorts of effects that are helping to bring this vibe together. From the ethereal piping that kind of leads up and higher, perhaps. Lots of debris. You have void wells that are down here, creating the particle effects. Lots of animated stuff, including the floating books to kind of give that vibe, and it makes the static decor here still feel pretty convincing. Yeah, really neat. Very, very neat. And then here's this one climb here. I don't think this is going to lead me anywhere, but I'm just kind of, okay. But I think we're ready to climb a little bit. I like the crystal inside the lantern. Oh, you mean this one right here? Now there's a certain kind of crystal. So yeah, that's cool because you have like two of these. So there's like two versions of these. This is a naked one, but then you also have like this lantern here. That's pretty neat. Yeah. Good observation there. But let's climb now. I gotta see myself a little bit. So we're climbing and climbing. All right, so we got to like this level. I'm sure this might lead us somewhere. And yes, oh boy. Okay. But it looks like we can still climb a little bit higher first. Yeah, lots of different collections here because like we can climb up here and it's as if they put this here on purpose. Because like the person who's here is like, okay, now I'm going to like explore, or I'm going to like read other things that are over here. We have another path there, but I want to see what it's up here first because I think this will let me turn around. So I go here and into like this kind of nook area. There is oh boy, there is a outer world. Okay, there's a lot of things to this place. Holy cow. But we have like one little restful spot in the middle of this sudden chaos. Oh man. All right. Is this going to take me out of bounds actually? Well, we're going to find out. Boop. Yes, it does. All right. So, oh, there we go. All right. So we've broken the system. All right. We've broken the system. We can kind of observe like, okay, there's an outdoor skybox there and there. Spoiler alert. But as for, is there anything actually out here for us? I can't really tell. Yeah, I can't really tell if this is just meant to like kind of mess around with this or if there's anything to actually explore out here. Because if I jump down, there's kind of no turning back. I won't be able to like get back up. So I think this is just to make the effect of, ooh, there's weird magic stuff happening here. But now I need to go back. And yeah, okay, I can go back that way. Always awkward whenever we can get back here. But let me see if I can. Okay, it looks like I can get back. Yay, we made it. All right. So let's climb down now and into that kind of like techie looking room over there. It started off really modest. Oh, check it out, touring stuff, Thunder Totem. Now we're in like La La Land or something. Because yeah, like I totally didn't expect like at one moment, okay, we're in this tent, and the other moment, okay, now we're in what feels a whole lot like Mechagon. Because we have like, you know, here I am, this really close-up view, uh, really tight, uh, really tight scene here. And then all of a sudden things open up. Oh, wow, nice. Really feels like that I've stepped into Mechagon all of a sudden. Here we are in this giant garage. The room has been like fully skinned. Or the floor, I'm sorry. And what are we skinned with? A whole bunch of different, oh gosh, what are they called? Weapon racks or weapon stations, large objects. Yeah, it's basically a lot of big things that they threw down here. So like somewhere down there is like the spider bot, um, big structures. Oh, they even use like its big booty to be like this oil catching thing. Oh, that's kind of gross because that's like doo doo. That's like that's like spider bot dookie. But hey, it's got some practical use for it. Very nice. All right, so let's keep going around and see what other kinds of things are happening here. You know, there's like one desk for a boss-like person, but there's no clear like grand experiment that I'm noticing. At least not yet. I don't think there's anything we can climb up to see what's on top there, but I could always like zoom out, I think. But it looks like we're harnessing like shamanistic powers and building like weird contraptions. Like this thing is like this is a weird one. This one's kind of like it's being jacked. You know, it's being jacked up a little bit so that you can do like some repairs under it or something. Very neat though. Again, like something like this is very achievable because you're using like basically you're using these very large shapes to achieve this. So I'm trying to zoom out some if I can. There we go. Yeah, so here's like the whole spread. And they just kept covering stuff. Tables, large structures, more security stuff, privacy screens, and everything else. That's neat. That's neat stuff out here. So I wonder if like that's the whole thing with the tech, that the tech in the whole arcane room just led us to this spot. Really neat. Now, okay, cool. Now I can make my way back. Yeah, very clean setup that they have here. Like it feels Warcraft. That's the big sell for me. Like it still feels like okay, this is Mechagon, this is that, this is this and that place. I always feel very impressed whenever I run into those kinds of situations where you see like lots and lots of different pieces being used, but it still feels very grounded in Warcraft. So really neat. But now I think we're ready to climb our way down similar. We'll keep backtracking. Because I still got to go through that secret portal looking thing that we saw earlier. All right, so we're back. And here's, okay, through here's the bedroom. Boom. And then there's the portal. Yes. But yeah, such very different vibes that we have from one spot to the next. But now we're going, I think, this way. Oh boy, we're feeling a little trapped here. Oh, we made it, I think. Okay, yeah, so we've entered this hallway full of duskwood greens, other darker stuff, and into a like a little hut, like a little medicine shop kind of thing. Here I am, cooking stuff, prepping things. Love the spread. Looks great. Yeah, this is a yeah, like love the natural look of some of the things here. Nothing too, and again, nothing too crazy. Like we're not seeing any like, you know, crazy compassion. Although one thing I noticed is like I think this is like a certain well, yeah, upside down well that's being used to act as a little chair, set of chairs. Nice, very inventive. And as we come out, oh, okay, okay, I kind of remember this. I think I remember this is a I think I remember Cottage Wizard doing something like this, where they took like these sorts of roles, and then creating like cool dangly things. Let's go with that. They made some cool dangly things out of it, and I remember this too. So haha, I remember the inspiration for this particular scene here. Thiefer. I'm just kidding. Really cool. And then out here you have like now we have like different colored leather, you know, to indicate okay, this is like a different tribe of sorts. But yeah, great transition that we have out here. I really like that. It has again this sort of like this really trippy vibe. And this is neat too. Check this out. Now this I find very charming, very simple, you know, because we just have a weapon rack. That's it. That's like the main thing of it. And then they threw the ochre window in there because it just mostly fits. That's cool. That's cool. It's a way of like taking this and applying, yo, this is more tribal now because now it's that sort of thing. That's cool. But out here, again, like okay, we see like a marriage of a couple different things here, but it is very much like it is very much the boss's house. This is theirs. We're not seeing, you know, we're not visiting like these different locales. I mean, they're different locales, but they're all things that are, you know, this person owns. Because we have lots of shamanistic stuff out here, but I saw like some tech things that are out here too. Some fun natural looks. Like I like this. It's one coherent piece, you know, but it happens to include lots of different stuff. So like here you have like some tech running, you know, with the turbine, the you know, and all that. Up there you got a sassy dragon just staring off into the distance. Little Murgle stuff out there. Fishing things are happening here too. So this is where the food's happening. What did they get? They got some starfish. They got some snails. Okay, how they get starfish here in the river? I don't know. But it's Warcraft. They can, you know, starfish can do whatever they want. This has this whole feel of like a freaking erupting volcano, which is, you know, not safe. But the totem here is just like, yeah, I can do what I want. This is, I own this thing. So this is my rock. Oh no, you're right. The Niffin candles here look fantastic. It really has this kind of you know, this looks like copper ore. It looks like a giant copper ore node. That's really neat. Yeah. And it's just these oh no, not Niffin candles, the Zerolite candles. Nice. Yeah, I like how that came out. You know, really clever because you have like a number of these are coming out together. So having it come out of the rock like that, really cool. Really cool. Yeah, this definitely looks like a giant copper thing. I want to mine the crap out of it now. Yeah, really good build. I'm really digging this. I'm not sure. Uh, there is a okay. If there's another cave somewhere, we didn't see fell stuff, and there should be fell stuff around here. So let's start looking around. Boop, 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 boop. Yeah, because oh, okay, I gotta make my way back though. So, crap. Hmm. Oh, I think I see it. There we go. Boop. Did I make it? Nope, I didn't. Boop. So this way. Yay. All right, so. That's right. There's a bookshelf here, and it led to a portal, and we didn't go through that yet. Dude, this place is huge. This place is low key massive. Okay, that was the plant thing. That was something else. That was something else too. And then there's not that. It was a shroud, and then there was a portal behind it. See, this is the cool and not cool thing about the tents is that, oh man, it's like, oh, where's that one spot we were at? I don't know, man. This is the entrance, right? That's the entrance again. Okay, we're going to find it because I know because we saw it. I just didn't go through it, and now I have nothing but regret. So this is the, yeah, that's the plant room. There's only 4 places I can go, dude. Okay, that's one. This is two. Okay, this third one has to be it, wherever it is. Dude, where is it? Crap. Did anyone remember where that is? It was like a, there was like a dark portal kind of thing. Oh, I think it was in the arcane room. Hold on. So here's the arcane room. Yeah, it was the arcane room. So I go through here and then not there, but okay, was I wrong? Shoot. I thought there was a thing here. No. No, I'm determined. I'm gonna find it. I'm gonna find it. Cause oh there, yeah, there it is. See. All right. Let's go. Boop. Oh yeah. Wow, dude. Because of course there's fell stuff. Really great what they did here though. Nice and okay, it's cool because it's like it's fell stuff, but it's also like bright with green. You know, so it stays in character. It doesn't necessarily have to be like also dark and imposing. It just needs to have like the right amount of green light. It's there, but it's not like super duper overwhelming. And then we got room for other edgelord stuff, warlock stuff, death knight stuff. Oh, and then there's like a little bit more here too. What a cool little cave of evil. Okay, maybe not evil, but you know, a place full of, if anything, this is like a place for like very volatile experiments, things that might otherwise destroy the whole place, and that's why there's a portal, you know, just in case. Oh, very neat here. They just made another portal here just for the vibes. Yeah, just for the background. That's sick. Upstairs there was another room. Oh, did I miss something? Damn. Huge place, as it turns out. So there was this, there's this, and then oh no, that's too high. No, I think we saw it. Yeah, because up here, yeah, there's no room up here, and then we went up there already. So unless there's like another, dude, is there another one? That would that would be mind blowing. If there was even more. So yeah, I went there. Unless there was like more up there, because I didn't see where else I can go from there. That's why. Because that would be highly disorienting. I'm like, oh man, how are people gonna find this? Yeah, so this is the Mechagon stuff. Yeah, that was the Mechagon stuff. Yeah. Was there something else that I missed? You know, I'll just go out here anyway. Because you know, I think I've ran out of other places to go. So we'll just explore now. Let's see if this takes us anywhere. So yeah, that's the Mechagon spot that we saw. That is the other outdoor spot. So over here. Oh, wait, there's a third one. Hmm. Okay. Yeah, the lava ball and all that stuff. Okay, I remember that being um that one outdoorsy spot where there was like a huge environment, and then out here is something else. So there's a third one. Huh. I don't know. I don't know how to get there. Shoot. But it's not through here. Hmm. Let's This is the weirdest kind of exploration ever. All right, let's go. Oh, nope, I cheated. Okay, so hmm. So is there like I don't think there's another one that's attached to this, right? I think it was out. Oh, I think, do I go through here? No. So yeah, water there. Hmm. Dude, there's like a room that I haven't been able to get to. It's a third skybox room. We've seen two. There's the Mechagon room. There is the outdoor spot where there was like a little bit of everything. And then there's a third one. See the notes. Oh, I'm sorry. They were talking to them. Sorry. Oh, I'm determined to find it now, man. Now I'm gonna drive myself bananas trying to figure this out. Okay, so this is the, okay, so it's not this way. Because here's where we like exit the area. So it can't be this way. So it's gotta be if I have my orientation right, it is this way somehow. Yeah, but it's like closed off, so I can't go any further than this. And there's like a wall. So oh, maybe it's just closed off and I'm not meant to go there. So I guess for now, that might be it for it. Darn. Darn. I'm gonna get a DM later, and they're gonna point out, oh, here's how you get to it, and I'll be like, no, I missed it, and I'll feel like the worst. But even then, like, there's been so much to see in this build. There's like a whole lot going on here. It was great. It was a great build. So I really appreciate what we did get to see, which I'm pretty sure, I feel confident that it was like everything. So thank you. I feel like it's, oh, where is it though, man? Here, okay, let me get my orientation one more time. So that way is the rest of the house. So I'm going to do this climb here. I'm like stubborn now. Do the climb. That's the, just want to make sure I got my orientation right. So that is, oh shit, damn it. Okay, so this is where he came from, right? Yeah, this is definitely where we came from. With the purple shroud. Beep. And then up we go. Up we go. Through here. Okay, so. Oh, wait, really? Did I do an illegal move just like that? Oh, well. I will concede with that. Bummer. All right, let's head to the next place, though. Yeah, very nice build, gotta say. If anyone's in the EU and wants me to visit their place on patch day, because I'm making an assumption for patch day, you can DM me over on Discord and then we can work something out. 27. It's hot out today? Oh no. Is the sticky still up there? Yes, the sticky is still running. Miss Sonobai, hey, what's up? What's up, Baz? Okay, good to go. All right, folks, this is Bashir's place. This time we're over in Razorwind. We have a lovely blood elf home right before us, looming in the distance. It's kind of funny. You have like this giant house, like, and then you got little tiny fence to kind of like protect us, I guess. I'm guessing the fence, it's not like for invaders or anything like that. It's for all the dang wildlife. Lots of wildlife happens in both neighborhoods, don't get me wrong. I think we're on the best plot in all of Razorwind, though. And by that, I mean, this is the plot that I have. This is number 27, baby. So this thing is really high up. really, really high up. This thing looms, so quite appropriate for what we have here. And very much a fence is not needed because things will just fall off. So let's as we enter the lots, we'll go through the paving stones here. Check out all the greens, lots and lots of greens surround the spot, along with some extras. We have like that new Firebird thing that comes out for those who got that BlizzCon package thing. I don't know if this is the regular size of it, but it just looks hella cool. Looks very, very neat. So now that they have one, if they wanted to have like a whole room full of those guys, they can. So let's explore more of the plot. And it's a pretty small, it's not a small area, but the fact that this is on like a plateau and shortly after, beyond the borders here is you just fall off. It's going to have like this really tight yard to it. But they made made use of all the space here. Paving stones take us around, and as we go into this kind of a first-person view, lots and lots of greens once again surrounding the spot. Has this cool park area. So now we're in kind of like the backyard part. And what we have for ourselves is this nice little observation deck for a little bit of sitting, breathing. Remember, very high altitude here. So it's going to be like nice and probably windy out here unless there's like magic stuff that happens to protect this gazebo, which is better because otherwise like the books will be flying all over the place and just all bad. Back here, there shouldn't be much, but in the back of this plot, this is where you have like this kind of like just jumping deck. And then in this case, you have like this sort of illusion of owning more of the area because no one else is going to be here except for us. But we can't place anything here either, which is kind of a bummer. Yeah, very, very filled out spot. Mostly thanks to the Blood Oath House just being like so freaking huge. But they also made use of other large objects, like in this case, like the rocks, to create like this more of a barrier, but very private spot. I'm going to climb up real quick just to see if there's anything like extra up there. And there is. Boop. Oh, very nice. So this is where someone would like come in, boom, and then here's like the boss. And this isn't the bed, it's just a chair. But then he's got like, surrounded by like animals or like servants or something like that. They're feeding them grapes and all that. And they're like, oh, you address. It's kind of like the boss's outdoor throne of sorts. Can play it off like that. If they're not addressing anyone, then they'll, they can use this as a, a bit of a closed off, bit of a private quarter. But now, let's head inside. Oh man. Oh, did that torch just appear right there? Now loading door. As we enter, things get rugged pretty quick all of a sudden. It's almost as if the Blood Oath exterior came off as a facade of sorts. But as we come in, we're presented with like this nice collection of like stuff. Here's like the immediate storage. We can lay down our weapons, take off our shoes. Here's where it's like, yo, we're off to adventure. Let me just like equip myself with some stuff from the bank of sorts. That's pretty awesome. But as we go inside, okay, so not exactly like a personable spot. Or maybe it is. Maybe it's like, oh, in my personal spot, yeah, we're gonna have like Murgle dancing. Absolutely. So there's a party going on up in here. Like this dude's like, hey, yo, dude, the boss is home. He's like, oh, the boss is home. Oh, crap, hide the food. I'm like, yo, dude, I'm here to party with you guys. We're here to chill. They're like, all right, just don't eat too much. You're huge, man. You're gonna eat up all our food. I'm like, dude, like this pie is as big as you. But yeah, Murgles are having fun. Oh, there's even more. We got puppies and lions and snuffles. They're all vibing too. This is a fun place to be in already. So here we are, surrounded by like our little friends, stuffed friends, folks to chill with and all that, stay warm, act cute and all that. And just imagine, in a few short weeks, there might just be pets wandering around all stupid, climbing on stuff, getting in things like, yo, 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 you getting in all the food. What are you doing? Oh, that'll be awesome. That will be awesome. So a real quick glance. So there's like a stage up there with a freaking dancing pole and everything. Places to relax. This is a very like chill spot. So here's the kitchen. Or actually more like a serving spot. I think the cooking might be going on back there. This is just places where hey yo, be your your food's ready, sir. Make this thing huge. Let's go back here a bit into like the kitchen sort of area. And we'll work our way around. Okay, so now this is like some industrial. It's like this cool industrial kind of setup. I mean, you got a big old party going on over there, a bunch of Murgles and everyone that's doing their thing, imbibing on drinks and everything. Very nice. Back here we have like this nice textured wall. At first it made it seem like it was using different kinds of paving stones. Like, no, it's just the walls, but somehow the illusion feels better here. I don't know. It does feel like there are multiple paving stones. I don't know. It feels different this time somehow. Maybe it's the color or the way the lighting is happens to bounce off of this, where it makes it kind of feel like it's blended in a little bit more, but we can tell. So, and then it looks like this is either a place for the help, the workers to eat, or if there's no party, nothing going on, it's like, yeah, I'm just gonna like eat right here. No, it's all good. So, ooh, that's more house. Okay, hmm. Okay, that might seem to connect to other things. So we're gonna hold off on that spot. We'll see if it we kind of make our way back around. Notice too the processing that's happening with the wine here. They went as far as, okay, this is how we're doing it. We don't have like a windmill. We don't have machinery that's doing this. No, we are doing it manually, baby. So let's go back to the party room and fully explore this spot before we move on to what is next. So it has this semi-retail vibe. You have like, notice how we have like these kinds of separations between serving tables. So it's kind of like booth seating, but it's also very, very open. Like it's only private, when we're trying to refer from one table to the next, but it's not exactly a private place. Here's probably the closest thing. Here's what. Okay, this line is all sorts of like blazed up. So we're chilling here. Tons of, yeah, this is a hot box right here. Totally. Imagine if this thing was closed off too. Ooh, you'd suffocate in this spot. It would be so hot in there. Really great spread though. That'd be funny. Pillows are just strewn about. We can just sort of like just plop ourselves. Hopefully not knock over stuff. I think that would be very easy to do. Let's go around here and, we'll probably explore there a little bit more. Let's keep looking at this room. Here is a drinky bar. Yep. Some snacks are out here, but for the most part, all the colors of the rainbow in vodka form, probably. I mean, how else do you achieve like those kinds of colors? You got to start with something clear, then start to manipulate that into something else. It could be some sort of colored tequila, which I am not very familiar with. But over here, okay, okay, dude, yo, control yourself, man. Okay, let's hope that he just spilled it from the mug and didn't spill from his mouth. Sheesh. Or maybe someone spilled that and then they're cleaning it up. So I guess in that case, good job. So we're going to go here, enjoy the show, and it's... Is this like supposed to be a burlesque performance or a comedy show? As we're trying to see like these Murgles try to try to do an exotic dance. Could be both. I'm sure a bunch of us like who are out here are like, oh, that's funny. They're being so cute. And then you see someone else who'd be like, yeah, just keep going. Just keep going. Oh, it's so good. Dude, I love cotton candy one. That's the best. I'm like, yo, dude, calm down. Relax. I mean, they're relaxing. Like, look at this little baby one. Like, it's just loving life. There's something almost artsy about that look there. And there's like stage watchers up there too. That or this is so there's Lillian right there. That's Bethany, and they're like laughing at these two because they're screwing up. They're like, oh my god, Lillian, look, they're screwing up again. I know, Bethany. Ugh. Like I don't know why they wanted to choose them when it could have been us, right? High five, So what they did, they like greased the pole, right? And so now these two, Sally and Jenna, like they're slipping and making fools out of themselves as Bethany and Lillian are just laughing their asses off. That's some drama right there. So yeah, we'll see if anything develops out of that in the next episode. Let's see what's backstage. Backstage, we got whoa, oh no, wait, what happened? Oh, you're just, oh, yo, dude, dude, if I could, I'd pick them up and just like, what do I do? I'll just like lay him down right there. Like, yeah, y'all take care of that. Just someone who's watching. Feel bad for the dude. He's like by himself. All right, we're still not done exploring this first room. There's still at least a little bit to look at. Again, we have like this kind of like nice bit of chaos over there, just stuff laying there, not treasures, just like supplies and it's like a shipment of product just came in, and so now they gotta like it's like between laundry, replacement linens, possibly food and all that. Neat. All right, I think we're ready to explore beyond the party room now. There's a lot going on in there, dude. I mean now, oh, this feels like we're backstage. Okay, so here's the backstage for them dancers. They got their big vanity. They got their okay, those are just scrolls. Yeah, big vanity, places to relax, eat, have snacks. Get your energy back up because you're back on in like 20 minutes. So you better step it up. All right, let's go back here. See if there's any like Murgle drama. Nope. Oh, okay. So now we're just like in the house, I guess. And then we might have like different themes going on. There's like some troll stuff going there on over there, some mystery stuff, and then a hallway that takes us who knows where. The notes aren't going to tell me a whole lot either, so we're just going to explore. Let's see what's going on. So right back here, the bedroom. Oh, I'm sorry. An occupied bedroom, perhaps. Pretty heavy on the troll themes, not too heavy. We're not seeing like the whole place being skinned with troll motifs and large shapes. So it's more like a bedroom that is themed rather than this is a troll bedroom. Something like that. Now, oh, it is, they did carve something out here though. Bathroom? Bathroom. All right. It's actually a pretty neat layout for a bathroom. Because they carved out this octagonal room. They created what seems to be like almost a fourth of it is being taken up with the bathroom. That works out. And then back here we have like this. We have great plumbing, lever-based flusher. You got to really like put some weight into it. Here is the vanity plus bathtub. No, any shower? No shower here. But it's a neat, cozy little spot. Notice how we have like these platforms, not platforms, these are beams. Beams from creating the floors to making our way down. You can see the diagonals that are happening here. They're not caring how it works out. Like, yo, I just want to get this shaping working. Okay. Hey, that works. That works. You know, because notice how like the surface is still like really, really flat. So it all works out. Now, what else is in this room? Of course, we got like those two who are chilling. Big shelf. Looks like they might just be waiting for their bosses. Or boss. Something like that. So right now, I'm not entirely sure if this is like a themed hotel slash bar, or if it's just like that's a really just like a party place up front, and then the rest is like very much a warband, a personal place. I'm kind of guessing that this is more like a personal spot because, you know, now we're going into this entirely different wing. Almost. Maybe it's a bedroom, maybe it's a wing. I kind of prefer it to be like a more of a wing than anything because that way we can have like these these very strong themes. So like the room that we saw earlier, you know, it had troll stuff, which is kind of light. Here though, we have um this Blood Elf vibe that's, you know, very, very iconic. It's using all different kinds of pieces, along with of course the walls, floors, and ceiling. Back here, we continue on with this theme. You know, very, very clean look. It definitely looks like something that we would just see out of the game. You know, we're going into like a Blood Elf person's house, and they have all sorts of grand collections, very fancy pieces. We're back through here, kind of a study. No, you know, big furniture. No, bedroom. Ah, you know, so I like this spot. Like, this is just a personal take from me. Like, this is kind of like how this is how I kind of prefer a warband house to kind of be. Like, I want it to be more than just one room that creates a distinction between one character or class and another. Like, I want to see like a really strong setup here. So like in this case, I have no idea what kind of class is being represented here. I have a pretty good idea of the race, or if anything, the architecture that's being appreciated in this spot. So it's like no matter who lives here, it's like, okay, clearly they wanted to live in this kind of you know, under this kind of roof. And then here is a really nice bathroom setup. Very simple with the arrangement too. So, you know, through this door is the closet that helps to transition us in. There's our giant toilet. It's a very big toilet. Just want to point that out. Giant toilet. But then we cross through into um, what feels like another closet space. You know, so they just use one closet, another closet to create. Yeah, this is another closet to create the separation into the bathroom. Sorry, the bathtub plus vanity. So it's a very clever and very simple technique for creating like subsections inside of a room. It's like, yo, instead of, you know, taking one room and then putting down a bunch of walls to like make this, carve that and whatever, you can just do something like this where, okay, let me just take like one closet and then here's the thing, and then here's another closet, and then I'll just close it off with a trellis like they did here. Easy. Easy. Something to consider, especially for budding builders who want to, who might be having trouble with how they want to shape a house. Start small. Start with like little pieces, and then go from there. Like only make big rooms if what you have doesn't look like it's going to actually fit in that room. It's much easier to run into into a situation where you run out of room as opposed to, well, I got to fill this out, because then it risked becoming like pretty messy. All right, so we had Troll Room, we had Blood Elf Room, and I guess with the whole Torghast portal, that kind of gives that whole distinction as well. It's like, okay, we're going into like something else entirely almost, which is kind of funny because this is a Blood Elf house first. Or is it? So, in this transition room here, we have a couple of options. We can go that way, we can go this way. I kind of want to go this way first to see if this leads us back into the main room with the bar. Because if so, then, you know, I at least want to like kind of complete some of these loops. Now how we have kind of like this gross, this gross human skin texture. Uh, and what I guess what we're seeing here, you know, some no, actually we're just seeing some different vibes here. PvP stuff. We have some like animals who are just hanging here. Yeah. Let me click that real quick. But let's move. Let's go this way because this might take us back towards the bar. And I lied. So let's keep going this way though. But now we've entered a library, an arcane style library. And similar window setup from here. Interesting. These are the ones that are bought with resonant crystals from the World Within. Okay, so here's the bar area. Okay, so we're back here again. Here's the spot where we were just at. So if anything, kind of a conference room, planning spots, you know, a quieter space for people. They're here though. Cave stuff. Ooh, let's go. All right, so things are tight but not too tight. But also, okay, yeah, I think we saw a little bit of this earlier too, maybe. Oh boy. So now we have, okay, now we're really into that whole, so that troll room that we saw earlier, oh, it's got nothing compared to this. These vibes look pretty darn heavy. All right, it doesn't seem like there's a way to climb up from here. But we also fish here. Oh, so this is a little fishing hole. Boop. Oh no, actually no. Over here is where we sit. There we go. So a very relaxing spot. You know, you want to be away from like the music, the dancing, and all that stuff. Yeah, I just want to like come out here and breathe. You know, under like a little bit of sunshine and you know, some fabulous nature sounds. Cool. Let's go through here into a stairwell room now. Oh boy, this is a this is a very sprawling layout here. But we enter a stairwell room. It's a pre-built one. So let's see what's behind here first. We have an altar of sorts, or maybe more like just a place for to nest some of these eggs. Yeah, maybe they don't need to wrap it up in anything or provide anything because like that stuff will just probably ignite the cloth or ignite things that are trying to warm it up. So we'll let it be its own thing. Let's climb. Climb at a bunch of different sorts of troll motifs. And we're able to, okay, this is the top, but at the tippity top, one kind of like place Herondar resty spot. Boop. So we'll just climb in here, relax, really be away from like the sounds here. Check out how well lit the place is too. There's no lighting effects going on. I believe this is all just default lighting, but you also have like a huge tusk chandelier blasting everything. And then over at this spot, so now we're above that initial room. Oh, these are Borealis string lights that are doing this. Okay. There are cheaper ways to do it now, but this is definitely one way to do it. I really like this entryway here. This is using just a bunch of a bunch of these like altars. One there, one on this side, and then two different kind of altars. So great skinning that they have here. As we enter fell stuff. Sort of fell stuff. It's more like a, okay, it's very much like a sacrificial chamber. Oh, if I can get on it. Nope, I can't even get on it. Okay, I guess I'm not going to be sacrificed today. But anyone else could be like thrown on here. And oh. It's a different place to cook fish. There we go. We're not sacrificing anything. We're just making fish, and this is the smell that comes from the fish. So it's purified now. Now it's that much more delicious. Yeah, cool little spot that we have out here. I like this. I like this. I especially like the entrance. Very neat. So again, you know, kind of like what we saw with the Blood Elf stuff, the Troll stuff, the Amani stuff that we're seeing here, great vibe. Really, really good. So I'm going to drop, actually, no, I'm going to jog. I don't want to drop down, but we will jog our way down. See it from a different point of view and all that. Yeah, I like this. Really cool. But now let's go, actually, oh, this is an empty stairwell room. Okay, which means this may lead us somewhere else. Now in this case, we are back in the kitchen. Ah, okay, okay. So this is the plot we were just at. Okay. So we are slowly being led back to places. Yeah, so we were here. Let's go here. Right, this leads us back to the entrance. This here. Okay, so I know we can go that way and further down that way. All right. So it's a little bit of a disorienting build. It's kind of tough when there are different ways that you connect together. So it's a little hard to backtrack and go back again. But now we've entered this very draconic bedroom. So unlike trolls, blood elves, admittedly there aren't a whole lot of different races being represented in such a way that you can have like this big sprawling, okay, this is definitely draconic kind of theme. But here is their attempt at getting some of that in. Yeah, nice little spread of basically everything dragon related they can add. Followed by the bathroom. Boop. All right, so let's backtrack again. And I think I'm going to hit a right and then right again, I believe. Yeah, nice little bits of personalization here and there. Paintings, little wall hangings, and what have you. And then we got two more options here. So, right through here, things get a little bit rugged now. We got animals up there, or plushies, hopefully, because that's really high up. But I have a feeling this is another bedroom. But in this case, because there are a lot more pieces available, this will feel more complete. So we're gonna get like this kind of like full rugged bedroom vibe. And here's like a giant bed, huge bed. Look at that! It's even got some food set up along with some salad. Oh no, that's a sad salad, man. That is a very sad salad. It's like, yo, what do you want me to eat? Wheat? Gosh. This looks like dog food, you know. That would be whoever's here would be highly unappreciative of that. Yeah. I'm always in love with rugged rooms though. Nice and easy. And here's the pooper. Actually, that's an airport style pooper, you know, because it has like the big bench and everything, but at least it has plumbing. I can appreciate that at least. And a boop. Awesome. All right. So, all right, that was my phone. Sorry. All right, so from here, let me make sure I get my orientation right. Actually, this is that spot. Giant door. Actually, exceptionally giant door. Oh, ho ho. But through this giant door, very Forsaken stuff. Interesting because you even have like the raised floor, you know, boop boop as we come up. Because, oh boy. Because over here, there's some processing happening. Here's the boss. They're like doing their thing as they're watching their, you know, watching their work being done. Ah, you know, people getting zapped, liquefied, or what have you. Maybe, for all we know, turned into liquor that the Murgles are drinking, and then they're like, "Oh, boss, I don't feel so good," and that's why like it's all bad for them. And notice here, they don't sleep. Oh, no, yeah, they do, maybe. That would be like the closest thing to a bed for them. Yes. All right. So let's wind our way around. I like the layout here because something to appreciate about this sort of layout is that when you have the raised area, you're looking down at this, work area because of cleanliness. That way, when things go awry, like it's easier to clean up that area than to clean up the whole spot because all the blood and cuts are all kind of like left in one spot. Yeah. So there's a good bit of thoughtfulness that came into here. They wanted to make sure things stay, quote, clean. All right. So we're going to jog because I want to make sure that I've covered everything. I think I went through here. This is the draconic stuff. Yep. We're going to go backwards again because I think we're returning to the main room now. I think we've kind of made our way around. So we went through each of these hallways, but I don't know if I've gone through here yet. Oh, that's the door. Genius. That was the kitchen area. We went over there. This is the backstage area, and I don't think I think, can I see more of the place from here? I don't think I can. Oh yeah, we can. Okay, so we actually did go through like that spot and that spot. That takes us back. I think we've seen everything. Yay! So thank you very much. Thank you, Bashir, for showing me your place. Sprawling spot. Now, I admit, I do catch myself sometimes getting confused when trying to do like a complete tour, and I'm trying to like navigate my way through like the different wings. And when they come back together, sometimes I have a hard time. Sometimes I struggle with that. That is not an objective, oh, this is bad kind of thing. I want to make that clear. But I know sometimes I struggle with this. So forgive me. But this is fun. Very cool themes. I really like, especially the places that have like more complete themes to them. The Blood Elf area, this Troll area, the Orcish / rugged area. Those felt like very complete. So those are very enjoyable spaces that I enjoyed. Yeah, Yeah, great vocabulary, buddy. Thanks again. All right, so we're going to interrupt the stream. Or we're going to interrupt visits because there's news, baby. I think there's news. Oh, wait, no. Some people in chat were talking about it, but I don't see any articles. Not on the news thing. Let me see. Is it really? Wait, is it really just a tweet? That's it? Oh, no, there it is. Yeah, why is it not? Well, anyway. Hear ye, buddies. The shadows deepen. Midnight Season 2 begins the 19th of August. Is this wait, is this like the US version? No, this is the EU version. Oh, it's okay. Steel your resolve, gather your allies, and descend into the darkness at Midnight Season 2. Brave the venomous abyss, conquer the new Mythic Plus rotation, prove your mettle in PvP, delve deeper for dangerous rewards, stalk deadly new prey across the coiled isle, face down world bosses and lairs, and more. So what we're getting out of this so far is, well, we'll go through some of this stuff. We'll kind of skim because we kind of have an idea of some of what's going on. But we're looking at the schedule. So the week of August 12th is when we presume the patch comes out. So that's going to be like in like a week or two. Yay! So we kind of have an idea of when the patch starts. They call it season 2, but then things really start The week after, the week of the 19th. So let's go over like what's going on. So on the week of the patch, basically, we're going to have actually this is kind of a lot. So we're getting the layer coming out on normal, heroic, and mythic. The layer is where we encounter like the world boss these days. So um, instead of it being like outdoors, it's going to be like in an instant spot. You go to a place, you kind of queue up for it, y'all get shuffled in, and then it's going to be, I'm guessing, like a 30-40 person encounter. Um, that will maybe be harder because you might, I mean, I have a feeling that we're just going to be zerging it anyway for the most part, but there might be a little bit more to it, which could be kind of fun. Of course, the new dungeon is going to come out um, on heroic and on mythic as well. We have the new dungeon rotation, so that stuff is going to start right away. Yeah, this feels a little bit different from how it was before. Normal and hard prey is going to come out, but not nightmare. Um, all of the season two, I'm sorry, all the tiers, all the difficulties for delves are going to come out, but not bountiful delves. So we're not going to be able to do like much progression, but we will be able to, at the very least, progress all the way to like tier 11, as well as, I hope, take on the delve boss. Maybe, not sure. I know there's an achievement attached to it. So the following week is when the season starts proper, because that's when the raid opens up on all difficulties, plus the first one of Raid Finder as usual. Mythic Plus opens up, PvP season, Delve season becomes, we get access to bountiful stuff. Nightmare mode will open up as well. Curse the Isle, I'm not too sure about. And then, of course, we can start getting credit towards credit towards the Grey Vault, I'm sorry. 2 weeks later, no, 1 week later, I'm sorry. Story mode and Raid Finder Wing 2. Interesting that story mode will come out, like the complete story mode will come out the week after, which I think is kind of consistent with what we've seen before. The week after that, Wing 3, the week after that, Wing 4. So based on what we're seeing so far, I'm kind of like thinking ahead a little bit. So patch comes out in just a few weeks. This Mythic, Mythic opens up week 1. And so in over the next like week or two, that's when the Race to World First is gonna happen. A few weeks after that, that's when BlizzCon happens. So it's gonna be like boom, boom, boom. There's gonna be a lot going on. It's feeling pretty aggressive. We kind of have an idea of what's going on here. So here, I guess specifically, here's the dungeon unlock schedule, but we kind of like have an idea of what's going on, where the dungeon rotation will change the week of the patch, and then Mythic Plus will open proper the following week. And here is the lineup. So here's the new dungeon, Altar of Fangs. I just tried it the other day. It's all right. And then we have Murder Row, Desert of Nalrek, Blinding Veil, and Void Scar Arena. And then we have Returnees, Ruby Life Pools, King's Rest, and Temple of Sethrilus. This Temple of Sethrilus is the one that's the most foreign to me. I was personally very, very bad at doing Mythic Plus during BFA. So I did a lot of King's Rest. I don't mind that. I mean, I know some people, they're like, oh man, this one's cursed, and same thing with RLP. I'm like, that it didn't seem so bad for me. It's challenging, with some things, but it didn't seem so bad. Here's like some of the mount stuff that's coming from doing keys. Let's see. And then of course, there's all that stuff. I think we have an idea of what's going on, just start pushing keys. Here is the raid schedule. So I guess this is just like a more detailed breakdown of the things that are coming out. So here's, pictures, nice. So we got pictures of these sets. So here's the Hunter set, the Priest set, the Druid set. The Warrior is actually looking pretty good. The Paladin's the best, sorry. And and then the Mage. So we're seeing all sorts of different color setups. So like we're seeing like different difficulties. We're even seeing, like in this case, this is like the PvP set. Interesting. Here's the Shaman set over there. Okay, Death Knight's looking pretty thick in like a cool way. I like that one. Rogue one's looking all right. Evoker one's looking pretty good too. Kind of like the Warlock one. I'm curious about the animations on the gloves. The monk looks kind of goofy. It has a very it looks very small here, but yeah, this has a Monkey King kind of look to it. That's actually okay, you know what? That's actually kind of cool. I think that's kind of neat. All right. And what else we got? We got new trophies that are coming out for the core stuff. That's neat. Oh, neat mount. This one drops from the mythic version of the final boss. So, kind of, I think it's a similar kind of style that we've seen, but no, I like the colors. That's pretty cool. Then, of course, there is a PvP stuff. Here's the gladiator mounts that are coming out. Boar mounts, kind of a what looks like a kind of a pro Drake style. Nice. Rest of that is fairly familiar. And then delve stuff. So first week we can unlock all the difficulties and maybe do the delve boss. I don't think that's really, yeah, I'm not sure if that's really specified here, but I think the achievement is what'll tell us. Because I think if we do it on the first week, we get like a cool achievement that we've done it, and we can feel so awesome. And then for prey, once again, normal and hard are going to be available right at the start. Nightmare will open up the week after. All right. So here's like, okay, there's like a big old delve thing. Not delve thing, big old prey thing. So here's like specifications on layers. So it can be flexible. So we can access flexible mythic. It looks like week 1, which is kind of crazy. Yeah, that is kind of crazy. So I think I'll try to do it with guild maybe if we can. So that might be neat or very hard. So we'll see how it goes. It's like, yo, we got to bring in like all our good guys, and then we'll just try to farm the crap out of it, see if we can get like a cool first drop. All right, and that's kind of what we're seeing here, at least at first, with this upcoming patch. Let me know what you guys think. Stay safe, stay healthy, and stay breezy. All right, we are working. Oh, that was you, Bashir. Nice, nice. So as you know, some of you, for those who are new, sometimes there are things that interrupt stream, that interrupt visits. This is one of those times. It might happen again, actually. It might happen again later this week because we are close to a new month. So there may be a new trading post thing that comes out, which will be like, yay. But yeah, we're just ripping one real quick. So you get like you get a little behind the scenes action going there. Not much. Not much. This is one of the things that I'll just like rip in one take. I'm not going to do edits or anything. Like that always just takes up a lot of time. Madfing, what's up? Ooh, that's low. What happened there? Oh, no, that's fine. How long did you had announced? Not that I would get a chance at this as it's mythic low. I mean, I'll get it next expansion or whatever. You know, what's its legacy? That's my thing. Like, yeah, I'm never really in like a big rush for that. Okay, that works. It looks low, but it's not low. All right, so pretty much just as predicted for the most part. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I think I'm waiting for things to load right now. Actually, I gotta close this. That'll make it faster too. Now, yeah. So we're continuing to stay on schedule, basically. I think that while in that interview, Ian said, "Oh, it's not a hard, it's a goal that they strive for, but they don't hold themselves to it." At the same time, though, I think they definitely try to hold themselves to it because that's the schedule, and if they push things back, that's really disruptive. And even no matter what, there's always going to be like this whole feeling of, okay, we gotta, we can't fit everything into the patch or whatever. So we're more often than not, we'll find ourselves seeing content that might get cut or delayed. Cool. Look, I talked about this a number of times now, but I think of Abyss Anglers, which was in the midnight beta, and then it was pulled. It just disappeared all of a sudden. There were still some NPCs out there, but the system, the achievements, all that stuff went away, and then it came back in the 1205, which makes me think Abyss Anglers was probably initially designed to be a launch feature. A small feature, nothing too crazy, just a nice little thing to do. Or maybe it was going to be more extensive than that. Maybe they were going to do a lot more with it. Um, but then for whatever reason, they're like, you know what, we can't. We'll still keep it, but we're going to pare it down. We're going to slot it in for this instead. And like, there we go. And then that's what they did. But that's just me talking out my ass. So when they moved it, it launched broken. I know there were problems with it. Yeah. But saying that was totally broken, I don't know. Like, at least in my line of sight, the folks who I've seen do it, they were like, okay, we're done. And they like finished everything. I'm like, well, good for you. The people who ran into problems with progressing and unlocking the parts, obviously those are problems. They're bugs. They suck. No one likes bugs. Um, but it worked fine. It eventually worked fine. Um, oh, this is the wrong thing. Wrong thing there. Here we go. This one. Can launch this period wouldn't work for like 5 days. Yeah, it sucks. Yeah, I was one of those ones where it was like, okay, day one, okay, cool, I'm done with most everything. I'll get around to it eventually. So yeah, that's the inconsistency. That's all I'm pointing out. Again, not to say that there weren't problems, but oh well. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I never even really got a chance to test it in the beta either. By the time I got around to having time to do it, like it was just gone. I'm like, oh, well, shit. I think people had made guides for it and all that too already. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, I guess there's that, but then it wasn't a launch thing. So yeah, well, world keeps spinning, man. Oh, not that. Let's see. Let's do. Ah. Do, 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 do. Ah. Why is that one aligned all funny? Do it right. From patch. Oh. I need a. Where's that thing? Ah, there we go. See, here's the US version, because now it shows the date correctly. That's some cool key art, too. All right, so let's go with her. Yeah. Badass. Okay, so yeah, that, and then we'll switch this to this here. Cool. All right, that thing's done cooking. Excellent. Let's start the upload. When's BlizzCon again? September 12th and 13th, I believe. Yes, the 12th and the 13th. Why the 12th and the 13th, though? Eludes me. It's very poop. Where's that news thing again? Oh, I lost it. Shoot. There we go. The whole thing. No, it's just September 12th and 13th. There is no third day of BlizzCon. And if there is, I am in trouble. I was like, wait, I didn't plan for this. All right. Well, all right, it's almost done, dudes. Promise. Nah, you're fine, Beans. I would have been scared. It was like, wait, what? Oh no. Yeah, I'd be pretty horrified. Alrighty. So as usual, if you could do me a favor, click the video, watch it, like it, watch the whole thing. When it gets to the end, watch another video right after it, and then you can close the window. That will allegedly help feed the algorithm. So, yay. Thanks, guys. All right, let's get this thing back up. We're back to, I think we still have a third EU visit to do. Yes, we do. We got Amaterasu's next. Totally seems not worth it for one day of BlizzCon. Sundays always a travel day for people. Nothing important will be going on. Nothing ever is. That's, I mean, it depends on what you want to get out of BlizzCon. So, to, I'd say the way to properly, the way to, like, there's a right way and a, okay, there's definitely a wrong way to enjoy BlizzCon. And that's to like go there for just, if you go there for the announcements, you're gonna have a bad time. Unless you're media, then it's just your job. So for me, it's fine. But you go there for the vibes. You go there to connect with fellow fans and to just enjoy stuff and to meet people and to enjoy the shows and all that stuff. That's primarily what that sort of stuff is for. Most everything else can be watched in a VOD. Oh, I want to watch this dev panel. Oh, I want to get this information. You're better off just looking at Wowhead, MMO Champion, or whatever to get all the information that you need. You know, you don't enjoy BlizzCon for the information. That's not, you know, like I said, it depends on what you're trying to get out of it. And they're not popping up. Is this because I think it's because I just loaded. So come on. Let's try reloading. Yeah, you go there to like bond, you know, reconnect with friends or perhaps meet them for the first time. That's what it's for. And okay, it's not popping up. Dang it. Um, are they on my list still? Yes, they are. Okay, so I guess it's just an add-on problem. Oh, that's so not cool. All right, at least they're at the top of the list. 48. Let's go. Yeah, the information out of BlizzCon, that's free. You know what's not free though? I'll tell you this. One of the best moments of BlizzCon was, oh god, I think it was 2018. I think it was 2018. 2018 was when they announced both BFA and Classic. Man. Um if you made it to the main stage for those announcements, you ate good. It like it would, for me at least, like it made you emotional. Oh, it's so good. Like just imagine like watching like the classic announcement was just like great news. The BFA one though, it I think that hit harder than any other cinematic reveal at a BlizzCon ever. I think so. Um because I mean it's just all the moments. You know, that cinematic was, it was like, it was fan service. That's what that whole thing was. You had these badass moments and things like that. But I think what really got like the place roaring was Sylvanas' For the Horde. Uh like everyone was just like, oh, everyone just felt so pumped. Like, and then like you see, like if you guys recall that shot where it zooms in onto Sarfang and he's like, "Ah," you know, he does that. That was all of us. Oh man. It doesn't matter which faction you were shooting for. It was just ooh, such a moment. It was such a moment. Um I think the For the Alliance one, it didn't quite hit as hard because I for me it didn't quite hit as hard. For others I'm sure it's different, but ooh, that one just that just did it. That just did it so good. Anyway, back to this. Back to visits, baby. All right, folks, this is Amateratsu's place. We're over in Razorwind, and this is a returnee. We've seen a number of their builds in the past. I believe them to be pretty large, but also very, very complex and very complete looking builds. So they're a lot of fun to go through. But let's see what we got this time. We have a climb. I think that, yeah, very interesting. Like, check out what they did here. They made it so, and you can see like some subtle detailing here. Notice how the walls are very slightly slanted. They made a watchtower out of the house. That's hella neat. So good job on, I mean, I've seen a number of watchtowers being built. This is the first time I've seen the whole house. The top of the orc hut being used as the top of that. So I find that to be very, very clever. So let's see what's down here first. Think of like the shop skin, and I think like here's like a horde version of it. But here we have like one little like restful spots. We're sitting on this upside down Razorwind fountain as this kind of like dirt area. That's neat. We happen to be at a pretty high elevation too. So this is the plot that's next to 27, I believe. Or it's very close to it. But let's go in through here because I believe we need to climb this watchtower, and notice how we're climbing up some of the newer planks that have been embiggened and turned into a ramp. So I think that's cool. It's an easy way of making this curved ramp of sorts, but it also happens to stick with the whole horde theme. We get to the top where we have like this top area with the gazebo and everything. Nice. We'll cross this plank here to the top of the tower. That's, yeah, I admire this. Very, very good. Very creative what they did here. And we have a place to enjoy up here, along with, oh, that's a cool awning that they have set up here too. That's sick. Here, let me just jump over there. Now check what they did here. So curtains plus giant spikes or giant tusks. That's very, very good. Very, very good. I like that. It's the cool kind of spikes, All right. So I think we're ready to head inside. Let's go. All right, as we enter, we have this somewhat irregular entrance. It's open, but we have this sort of side entrance. So, boom, we hang up our weapons. We take off our shoes, perhaps, swap them out for a little something else. And let's head inside. So again, we immediately have like this sort of different layout setup, different shaping, walls that are kind of like guiding us into what is a placeholder over here that may lead nowhere or not. I guess I'll leave that alone for now. For now, that is. All right, so let's go this way instead into what feels like cave vibes, kind of. The place it descends or kind of shifts into this sort of cave structure. Under this tent, we have a place to like rest. resupply, relax. And then up here, where the goods are. So either we're coming or we're going. Well, let's head on this way here. Nice cave vibes too. Interesting shapes that we have here with the way that things kind of like slant forward a little bit. And then there's this one area here that's like shrouded. And it's just shrouded. It's just meant to be very pretty and purple over there. It just happens to stand out a little bit. So let's climb a little bit. Boom, boom, boom. We go up. You can see like the water sort of flowing down here. We'll make our way up this shelf, feels like. Oh, well, look at this. And we're in the beach. Oh, dude. Oh, wow. Okay, there's a lot here, dude. Okay, this is festive. Oh, wow. Oh, wait, what the heck? Oh, that's sick. Oh, that's dope. We have this underwater. Oh, wait, can I drop down in there into the underwater stuff? Voop. Okay, yes, I can. They made an underwater area. That's so neat. That is so good. Okay, I'm gonna go up top again. I want to get back to um I want to explore from the top first, then we'll climb back down here, but I need to find a way back up first. Oh, there's a little dude there too. Okay, we're down here. Never mind. Okay, so we're down here under the water. And then here we got like this little diving dude. That's sick. That is sick. What else we got here? We got this mermaid here who's like doing a little bit of not fishing, but yeah, they are chilling here. It's like their own little shop. This is like their own little village. So we have encountered a Murloc village of sorts. This I think is like this is some sort of creature. Yeah, it's some sort of like giant fishy thing. Wow, dude. I'm like grinning from ear to ear. I'm like, oh, this is so charming. And like chilling down here too. They have all their little treasures. Here's like the Murgle's little house. They're just kind of peeking outside, saying hello. Yeah, what a neat, very, very creative thing that they did here, because we have like this whole underwater spots. Oh, and there's the boss. Hey, we're all down here chilling. So let's see what else is around this spot. Looks like there's they're going there somewhere. Ah, the way back up. Nice. Thank you. But we're still down here. Let's see what else there is. All right, so back here, beyond the fishy, we have like some like shipwreck kind of stuff happening. Nets that are thrown down to hopefully like for the people up on the surface to like maybe get some stuff. Oh, this one goes on the hunt. Ooh, look at that. This one's like, Daddy, you're gonna get some good stuff, and then, like this one, and then like Dad's like, Yep, I'm gonna get me some humans. It's like, yeah, get me like 5 human heads, yay! This is neat, very very neat setup. And they didn't leave me to drown. Nah, I can't drown, dude. I got shoot, there's like a thing. I got that fishing pole. That fishing pole that lets me breathe underwater. It's no problem. It's no problem. I mastered the delve underwater stuff, man. All right, so let's make our way out of the water and enjoy some stuff that's happening up here. So yeah, just cool vibes, dude. First sandcastle. That's neat. That very creative use there too. I wouldn't have thought. I'm like, oh, just use something like that to achieve like the whole sandcastle vibe. Yeah, this is really cool. I love the way, the way these shots come together. Check out the umbrella. That's so neat. Yeah, you just have like one Dalaran pole, and then they position all these. See, what's really cool too, what I admire a lot about this is it's not like a perfect angle either. It's angled very, very slightly, but they still lined everything up to make this very convincing, very good looking shape. And that's huge. That's huge effort on their part. This must have, I feel like that must have taken forever to put in. And then look, you got like little seashells that are dotted all over the sand, or, pillows basically on these rocks. Oh, wow. Big, big wow. And then the surfing Murgles. That's so cool. And then you got one on the boat there that's also chilling. It just came in. But yeah, very creative use of these shrouds and making them into, man, something else entirely. And then here's like our little perspective shot, like right from here. You have that dude falling off. He's just like a goofball. And then back there, that far off island is kind of like a lighthouse of sorts, but not really. It's just, they're so good at lighthouse technology that they just put up a statue, have this little thing that's flashing, and then it'll just go on. It'll just run forever. No problem. Out here's the boss enjoying some fishing. Nice. And there's a little bit more up top here too. So yeah. This is an amazing use of the skybox room. Great use of the space here. So let's make our way out past the bar. And then, no, that was where the food was. Here's where the drinks are at, baby. Because even up top here, you have like this very full bar setup, complete with ice chest. You got coffee going. We're making some drinks. Here's like the setup here where we're doing our prep. And plenty of places to enjoy snackies, full foods, couple drinks, and get to enjoy everything down below too. What a feast of the eyes, dude. That's so good. Yeah, fantastic, dude. All right. I was suffering when I made it straight, then I decided I hated myself enough to place the parasol on an angle. Oh, I just noticed the little inner tube. That's very, very cute. This whole thing is adorable. Yeah, great stuff. All right. So, wow, what a room that is. What a room. See, it's funny because, I get to see, I'm privileged enough to see folks return with more visits, and you get to really get an idea of how creators grow. It's very neat. Love it. All right, so now there's this here. And it's not like I'm being stopped from going back there. Or am I? Nope, I'm not. We're going. We're breaking in. Maybe I'm meant to explore here too, but I mean, we do have what feels like evidence of, hey, there's going to be work in progress stuff to encounter, and if I do, I'm not going to be surprised, unless there's like something freaking magnificent going on over here beyond this ancient miracle telling us, "Don't proceed, death awaits." Oh, death, awesome! I love death. Death is awesome, really cool. Let's see. Boop. Yep. All right, so let's take a quick jog and see kind of like a little bit of work in progress of what they want to do. So a little experimentation with doing a sort of full table kind of thing. Oh, that's neat. That's a very neat structure that's up there. I like I like how that comes together because it looks as if it's a actual shape. But have like a bunch of like greens there or something like that. But I like this rounded bevelly thing over there. Like you can have like a lava ball up there and it'd be like, oh, awesome, something like that. I don't think that's what's trying to be depicted there, but that'd be sick. And then back here, walls of stuff. Cool little stable out here. Nice. Man, now that we know the patch is coming in just a few weeks. I mean, we knew, but now we definitely know. Oof, things are gonna change again, dude. It's gonna be wild. It is going to be wild. It's part of the reason why I'm taking a little bit of a break. Because also, and this isn't the official announcement because I'm trying to coordinate some things together as well. I'm going to do a contest, my first and maybe my last contest ever, where uh, I'm going to ask people to make a starting house, a starter house. So like low budget, neighborhood decor only. There's going to be like a furnished and unfurnished bracket, something like that. And you make the best one. And then the winners will get prizes of some sort. But the whole idea is to inspire a lot of folks to make these like basic houses that are very accessible for folks. They don't need to go around to really weird places and get weird currencies that they've never heard of. They don't need to spend too much gold. So like there's gonna be a room budget. Not so much well, it's gonna have a budget that is equivalent to having a level 3 house. So that's gonna be as high as it goes. So I believe a level 3 house is 30 on the room budget and 1200 for the 1200 for that, because getting to level 2 is really easy. Getting to level 3 is probably really easy too, just from regular play, because you're just accidentally getting a whole bunch of different stuff from questing and doing dungeons and all that stuff. By the way, thanks. I'm interested. Awesome. Smaller build from what I've usually seen from you. I remember your builds have been usually much larger, but what you did there is awesome. Absolutely awesome. All right, so we're done here. We're actually going to US realms now. Uh, Did I notice the turtles? I missed it. Yeah, bummer. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, did someone mention Zeppelin? Oh no, no, that's just an emote. All right, let's go here. Yeah, too bad I missed the turtles. Bummer. What a spectacle, though. Shoot. Ooh. All right. So first, let's prep this stuff. Shoot. Need to turn that on first, and then turn other stuff off, and then, gosh. All right, so add-on profiler add-ons are great. They help out so much. All right, so we're going to Ega's place next. Now, here's what's funny. I didn't notice until like it was too late. But there's a group visit in here, but it's disguised. So there's like 4 people that are from the same neighborhood that had showed up here. I'm like, oh, okay, that's awesome. I feel bad though, because I would have liked to have like compressed them all into like one day. Um, but oh well. It's all right. But there are two of them who we're going to be looking at back to back today, and then two more of them who we'll see tomorrow. Yeah. And from this, we're going to, so as a group, what we can do is decide which is the best out of all four of them, and whoever's is the worst gets kicked from the neighborhood. I'm just kidding. But if you want to if you want to put some thrill in it, we can do that. All right. Yeah. Yeah. There are six in the neighborhood this week. Wait, really? There's six of them in here? Uh, Damn. Wait, so who are they? Because I see Dream Glow Vista. What's the other neighborhood? So Iga, La Presa, Cath. Okay, so we are gonna see some of them in a row. Okay, La Presa, Cath, Val. Dude, y'all invaded my shit. Nice. Nice. Okay, let's get to it. All right, folks, this is a different one. This is Ega's place. I don't know if if it's just Ega or is it just like an emote. Something like that. We're over in Razorwind, and we're presented with this very cool, very heavily skinned hut in a cool way. So this is Pub Zug. What's up? And the door has been pretty heavily dressed with a number of things. So the weapon rack is what's comprised of like this shape here, which makes for a great doorway, by the way. So they just added like the ochre window and like a little piping there to do that. And then they skinned it a little bit more by using these planks, these wooden scraps, to give it like that enclosed look. So it's still an orc hut, but a lot more personality to it. Of course, we have the branding up front. And what's cool is that they're using the like chimney kind of things that are up here. Since, because it has this sort of look, now it has the sort of look of like giant barrels, right? It would have been cool. I don't know how hard it'd be to pull this off if they were like kind of like mugs too. That'd be kind of neat. That'd be sort of cool. But instead, what we have is this very compressed setup here. But even then, not so much because here, like, let's back up a little bit. So here's like fencing that's not theirs. It's all like in here. But they did manage to like fence things off a little bit more between regular fences, even Ogrimmar fences. I have a feeling this is like the +1 to their collection that's back here. Because otherwise that thing's very expensive to make. And then the rest, greens, greens, greens. Nice and affordable back there. Also surrounding the house, and then you also have like these kinds of this little separate spot here. Kind of like signage. Like, yo, you want to fish? Go ahead and grab your gear. Let's go. Here's a place to relax and sit while the others are fishing. If anything, it's like here's like the lazy butts, not the lazy butts, but here's like the folks who are like, okay, we're just gonna chill here and y'all can do your thing. And then, they're out here doing the actual work. So it all works out. It all works out. Now we climb up and we have this really nice porch area. Yeah, there's no grills going, at least not yet. If anything, right now it's just like a fishing day. For all we know, like later on, there might be like a barbecue pit that they have set up over there or up here, something like that. So, otherwise, a nice spot. It's clean. It's clean. It's tight. Love the detailing from the flowers and greens to, again, of course, like the door, the branding, and all that. A lot of fun. Lot of fun. Let's head on inside. Hmm. Oh, all right. So we got. So this place is popping. This place is full of life. As soon as we come, we got folks who are just hanging out, vibing, doing their thing. Now, this is a very, very spacious bar. And because of that, part of me would think to myself, okay, maybe I'll critique this a little bit. Maybe it could be tighter. No, 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 no. It's made for like to have like a whole dance floor as well. Yeah, so really, really chill, really spacious as well. So, lots of room for shenanigans of some sorts over here in pubs. Like, I mean, after all, it's a pub. We're chilling. We're hanging out. We come in and we see like a similar skin to what we saw from the outside. So similar style door with a weapon rack and the makeshift door. Tables are lining up the rest of the wall here to make this a really iconic looking setup there. Back here, we got some booth seating. Folks that want to be directed in. So if they wanted to like lead me over to a table, I'm definitely the type who prefers some tight booth seats. And it pulls it off great here. Nice and comfy. Yeah, honestly, I would probably have some trouble sitting on like these big old ropey looking stitches, but it's all right. I'm just sensitive like that. Now let's take a look at the whole bar spread. Because again, big, big bar. We got stuff on the top shelf. We've got barrels of beer or what have you. Different kinds of wine, I'm going to presume. And the place can suit easily a whole raid. Now, of course, imagine like the place like full of people. Oh man, there's only like a couple of dudes who are making stuff. What do we do? Conjure liquor. A little arcane spells will carry us through. What else do we have here? We have we have your classic Pandoran man in the kitchen. Relatively small kitchen. So I'm guessing that this place is, I mean, we can definitely see, snacks, smaller bites, tapas, and all that stuff. But for the most part, drinks, baby. Mostly having drinks over in this spot. But I'm sure we'll get some high quality goods. The things that they make, it's probably like their specialty. Yeah, really nice setup. All right, you got the burners and everything. Let's go down real quick. Awesome. All right, so let's head over and explore the other corners here. Such as, so here's this hustler who's like, hey, yo, you wanna, play a quick game? I'm new. I'm like, that doesn't work like that. That's the worst way so you can try to hustle someone by camping the table. It doesn't work like that. But maybe they are like the champion of the spot. Let's climb up here where we have like some different sorts of seating. For those who want to like just like chill, have a few drinks, talk with friends. While, if anything, like here's like the place where you take a break. It's like, oh my god, like, can I leave my drink here? I'm gonna go to the dance floor. I was like, yeah, all right, babe, go ahead, have fun. Yeah, bye. And off they go. They do their thing while I watch, because you ain't gonna catch me out there. You're not gonna catch me on no dance floor. It's not my thing. But I'll watch people dance. Hey. Yeah, fun spread over here. Now, something curious, like I know that a lot of the decor here can't really be dyed, which is sort of unfortunate. But I do tend to catch like very few folks that bother to dye the leather curtains different colors. Again, I think it's just because they can't really dye the other things, so they're kind of like stuck with leaving the leather curtains as they are. Otherwise, all the other stuff here won't match very well. But oh well. Yeah, great bar that they have out here though. Again, very spacious. But let's see. Okay, there looks like there might be some outdoor stuff over there. Unknown stuff over here though. I'm gonna take a quick peek. Let's see. Okay, so we got stuff over there. I'll worry about the stuff later. Let's see what's out here, though. So we're on the raised platform. Now we come down into this hallway. Nice little transition-y spot as we make our way outside. So we are outside, but also we have like a number of buildings here. It's as if this is like a little village of sorts. And this is the most hopping spot in the area. We even have an outdoor bar. There's no end to it. Yo. So let's have a big mug of something or other. All right. Some troll branded concoctions made with the finest research. We also have like these special troll coffee beans. These the cherries were eaten by a pangolin thing, something, and then pooped it out, and now you make coffee out of it. That's how it works, I suppose. We also have some outdoor seating for folks who just want to get some air, but also, different drawings that are out here. So let's see what this is about. Let's see if these are like not just facades and maybe there's something else. Little rooms. Little forsaken rooms, perhaps. Yeah. You have a little bit of that branding out here. Although they're, sleeping on the floor. Hey, give me how about an elevated coffin, perhaps? All right, now let's go through here in the other dwelling. Now this one is more of the rugged look. Place to relax. So like here we have like one of the dyed chairs. Something a little different. A little personalization. I like what they did here with the slanted roof style as well. I'm guessing it's because this thing's totally against the wall, and if it was straight, then it just wouldn't, look right. But that works out. I mean, this place is huge. I mean, here's the transition. Like, there's the inside. They made this huge, huge structure. So incredibly convincing. Like, this is a very big spot. So let's go. Let's climb up here. Beam, 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 beam. Platform. Beam, beam, beam. And we got this like big upper deck. Great place to enjoy gossip. So what are they talking about? All the boys that they hate. Yep. It's like, I'm going to kill that son of a... And then they look at me like, tee-hee-hee. Yeah, no biggie. Yeah, so here's the spread from up top here. Yeah, nice and simple. But again, big shapes are what helps to like give us this whole scale and size of this bar. Huge place. Yeah, I'm digging it. And it's because of the large size. It's definitely a great place for like lots of like big role play. Sometimes I'll talk about, oh, these tighter bills are very impressive, yada yada yada. It's cool from like a hey, I want to look at something cool standpoint. But when it comes to like role play, like I want to have like lots of space for us to like have interactions and things like that. You want to have more space, and this works out really great. So now I think we're going to what could be bedrooms of sorts. Nope, not yet. First, we do a quick potty, get ourselves cleaned out. Nice, clean and simple. Nice little arrangement of flowers and everything. We rinse off, we're good to go. Now, do we have separate kinds of bathroom styles here? Yes, we do. Okay, they're not separate styles, but it might be like, just different stalls or whatnot. Then back here, storage area. Very appropriate. Makes a whole lot of sense to me. I didn't realize that this table had so many like feet to it. Really? That's new. I'll go with that. Cool. First time I really looked under there. And here, more of a... Oh, no, it's more like an office. So, I'm guessing here's where the boss is, like, doing the books and all that. They probably do most of the fishing as well. So, yeah, whoever's here, they're the ones who make sure the money keeps flowing. Awesome. Through here, though, Now it feels like more of a personal spot. Very darling. A very cute kitchen that we have set up. Lots of cafe tables. Lots and lots of cafe tables, plus little fence posts that are marking these cabinets. So very cool style. Haven't seen the style being done before. The top of it, we have like this kind of dual layer. We have like one set of beams, another set of beams to make the countertop. So we have like these big, big surfaces here. It's kind of funny how they use like the same kind of cabinet for the fridge. Off to the side, pantry area. And then we have this pretty crazy looking oven. It looks like a lantern, I believe. Yeah, big lantern being used for that. First time I've seen something like that being used. You know, it has this kind of like this oddly drawn look to it, but functionally very convincing. And then you have your piping, your upside down fireplace to suck up all the stuff. All right, and then over here, personal dining space for two. And there's one. Hey, buddy. So, how was your day? Wiped again. Wiped again. Oh, man, you'll get them next time. Grr. Yeah, nice nice backdrops that we have here, too. Yeah, I'm really liking some of the looks here. Really natural. But now we do this other climb. Boop, boop, boop. And now in this room, so very much a living in, a living room style spots, but very relaxed too. Like notice how here, what I really admire about this is how notice how the cushions they're not flat, they're angled down just a little bit, like they like as if they're like sagging down. So it's a very lived in couch. It's been used a lot. Folks have been like hanging here for a long time, but it's so comfy. It's like it's one of the first things people will run into as soon as they get to this spot. Like, oh man. So it feels like these cushions are especially soft. And there's the boss right there. Nice. I really like this fireplace setup too. So once again, we have the super soft custom chair cushions. We got someone else who's sitting there with us, and check out the custom fireplace here. It's a lot that we have. So we have like this desk, so we can get that log. From here we have the upside down bed to achieve that sort of arch. Wow, really crazy. And then you have like the flat of this fireplace. Actually, no, it's the fireplace itself. Yeah, so it's the front of it right here. But then you have like all this rugged stuff that's skinning the front here. Followed by what we have here with the Lordaeron fencing, Gilnean walls to dress the sides, plus some spears to give it a little bit more flavor. That's really good. Now, this is another first. We've been seeing so many like new things lately. Like folks have been very, very creative. Here we're seeing a whole bunch of these consortium crates being used as windows. Nice. So you have like these big frames here, but then like thinner frames here. But I mean, it feels like the outside to me. You know, the challenge here is that you only have so much room to work with, because you need to be able to work within the confines of the box up to the point where you get to the other side, because then it'll look really weird. So you got to work within like just like this much space and maybe a little bit more. And even then, that's like really tough because you have like this weird contraption thing that's in between it. So yeah, it's very hard to work with something like this. But I'm convinced it's really neat. I like that. It's a very cool look. So like in this spot here, I think this one kind of pulls it off a little bit better. Because in this case, you have like the large lamp posts doing most of the work here with illuminating and just providing this visual distraction. Like my eyes are directed towards this first, and then of course you have the other greens. So I feel very convinced of this being a window. That's neat. That's really neat. Well done with that. and there's a place to sit. Yeah, and then like notice here you have more of these consortium crates being used as drawers. Nice. Back here, and notice how they divided the this doorway in half, made a little sitting spot. We come out here to a pond. Very pleasant. So I'm gonna like sit here, and yep, we're facing right outside into this lovely, lovely view. Great layout. It's funny, like we go into these different skybox rooms, and sometimes it's very straightforward. Other times you see like these really crazy twists and turns, whether it's a twist that we have to like walk through or one that like visually it just kind of makes us dance around a little bit. So notice how here, like here's the transition. We have like the smaller entrance, but we have like the fencing here. Beams and beams and beams that take us at least halfway out. Here we're seeing kind of the same thing here. As we climb up past the greens, we see more of this like fencing up here, and then it falls down here. We go back to the beams once again as we make our way to the top here. Boop. So here we are in the middle of this like lake spots, lots more illusions. We have this. Okay, that's adorable. We have this turtle who's like noshing on stuff, like, yo, mom, 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 mom. Very cool. That's cute. That's cute. I mean, that's gazebo, egg, cushions, grass. I don't know what that thing is in the middle there. That is a shovel. Huh, interesting. Almost like a mustache of sorts. And then, very interesting. Legs. Smooth legs. I like that. I like that a lot. Yeah, well done with that. All right, so let's complete the circuit here. So that lake, this water will lead us outside. It's not just like an isolated lake of sorts. There's our swing. Yeah, great stuff here. I really like how the acacias, give a bit of cover. It makes the place, I'm sorry, feel a little bit more private. I think that's neat. All right, so let's make our way back. And it looks like there's a spot there. Let me double check. I think that was... I'm going to go back here real quick. Yeah, so this is the hallway that led us through. Those are the doorways that we saw before. So yeah, our next spot is this way. Let's go. So behind this shroud is... Ooh. So brightens up real quick into the spot. And we have, this sort of like transparency here for lights that lead us into the walk-in shower. Boom, boom. There's the stuff. So I'm kind of looking at these as like sort of like vents, to prevent it from, to prevent moisture from like sticking like too hard. Here's our place to poop. Nice and unprivate. Anyone walks through, it's like, yo, what's up? Just like lock eyes and everything. So let's cross over into this bedroom. First off, there's the vanity. Oh, they're doing their thing. Sorry. Lots of product. Very interesting. They used wine as some additional product. They also have like some makeup tools, little powdery things, blush things, and all that. I'm very wowed by the wine. That's very inventive. Many things in this house are very, very inventive. Great custom fireplace. So, much more simple from what we've seen on the outside there, but very nice with the beams and Gillian walls. And then here, once again, is the walls. Now, in this case, actually, this proves me wrong. So it's like fully transparent as we go through. And instead, we just have like this array. Now, I'm reminded of the nets that we sometimes see. how we'll see nets that kind of cross over all this, and sometimes like it, so in some ways it looks kind of unattractive because it's like covering a bit too much. This doesn't seem to cover as much. I can still see plenty of stuff on the outside. Now, of course, the fact that these frames are like just so thick anyway, it makes it kind of distracting. And I feel like I have no choice but to look at it from a very narrow angle. So like here is like just about it. If I see too much of that, then it starts to get a little distracting. Yeah, I start to lose what's outside. But what we have here so far, really neat. I like this look. It's a cool pattern. And I hope to see like more of these kinds of styles. And it's not so bad, it's coupons, it adds up, but it also only has a budget of 1. And it's only 5 coupons. That's not so much. So if you want to achieve like something like this where you have like a whole wall or something like that, that'd be kind of cool. That would be pretty cool. All right, so I think I've seen everything. There are no secrets here. Yeah, just a lot of good use of these consortium boxes in different areas. So really nice. Yeah, thanks for showing us, dude. Yay! Yeah, this is fun. This is fun. All right, I'm gonna step away for just a second, but first, let's head over to to LaPrissa's place at 36. All right, be right back. All right. Let's see. 2. That was 4 places. All right. Cool. Hey, Neeb. 48 months. Wow. Thanks, dude. Thank you. Now, how are we going to celebrate? Shoot, what am I going to do for raid tonight? I haven't even thought about it yet. Also, big thanks in case I missed it. Thanks to Delirium for subscribing and to Ladora. Appreciate it. All right. Okay. All right, folks, this is Lyprissa's place. Now, we're over in Founders, and there are a lot of folks in the same neighborhood who happen to sign up together. I'm kind of wondering, is this like a battle of the bars? I don't know, but I'm just kind of guessing here. What they did here, though, they super skinned this house. Now, I believe the original structure is orcish because I can barely see the framing right under there, but there's so much that's being done here. So for one, platforms are what primarily makes the skinning of this house. Notice how you have like the greens that are surrounding the spot. Some of it is kind of encroaching a little bit there. How it's able to climb on top of marble, no one knows, but it's okay. I like the framing up front, but especially right up here. We have what might be not a greenhouse, Oh, actually, it is. I think it is a greenhouse that's making up the structure here. So we have like this very unique take on doors. I like that. So it looks as if, this is one door, this is the other door. It has this like, the whole thing opens up. That's cool. That's hecka cool. So you climb up, you have trellises here on the side. And then of course, again, with the whole marble shape, it fits really well. Love how this gazebo ends up being not exactly branding, but it has it like visually, like I'm directed to it. Like it feels like it's centered to that spot. Yeah, great entrance or a great exterior. Love it. And even over here, you have like this cool, like shady spot, giant rug that's being set up there. That's neat. But let's head on inside. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah. All right. Each house is amazing and different. No battles here. Yeah, we could say that. But part of me is thinking, of the group that's come here together, one of them, one of them is going to get the most love. I'm just kidding. Um, only one is worthy. Okay, I'm just. All right. Now, once we enter, uh, oh, for the food. Great messaging. Nice and clear. We have once again matching doorways from the inside and the out, from inside to outside. So love that little touch. Very, very helpful. Keeps things in character. It's fun how we have the fell candles that are being used here because now we have like this really wild glow that's coming in. But let's walk through. Yeah, through the entrance. We have this. I think there was a check-in desk. Yeah, there's a check-in desk over here, so we can find our seating. But if we wanted to have like kind of bar seating, we can come here ourselves too. Here's, I'm guessing, where we might pay. There might be some like retail stuff that's happening here too. Like, yo, you want some stuff to go? Okay, cool. Or like, yo, DoorDash, and they have like a pile of takeout that's over there that's ready to go. Now let's take a quick look here. We'll pan around. We have like some cool booth seating as well as table seating. We have what feels like a buffet out there in the distance. That's kind of neat. Up ahead is looks like the kitchen. Yeah, kitchen. From drinks to foods to serving tables and all that. And then of course there are paths to take us left or right or maybe to the kitchen back there somewhere. So I might try to find that first. All right. Cool stuff with the cakes. It's like this three layer thing of like chocolate, vanilla, and pumpkin. Mmm, pumpkin cake. Oh, that sounds all good. And we have a couple of folks who are just we have a sparse number of visitors here. Early birds who are here for like lunch and all that. Awesome. Yeah, nice easy setup with the booth. With booth seating here. Now, what's cool is that they're able to do this very easily, just with one different arch, and boom, you're done. It doesn't have like all the super fine details that you would expect, but it pulls off that vibe just fine. And here's our buffet table, full of different things. I think those are opals all being used as the surface. Oh, very rich. But yeah, what kind of spread? So there's like some different things here. We have some green salad here. We have some rotten salad over here because some people want rotten salad. Here we have like flaming blue charcoal stuff. It's like, some people they have different appetites. I don't know what they eat around here in Nazareth. Some of this stuff has like a very unique look to it, right? We have here table seating plus flower pots. And then here is the kitchen spot. Let's kind of let's explore here real quick. So like I said, like some of the industrial stuff is happening over here. Huge, Huge burner here. We got our eggs going. We got chicken. I think we got like chicken fried steak or something like that happening here. But we got chicken. We got hash browns. We got eggies. Delicious. Getting hungry. Drums being used for that. Interesting. All right. That works. That hecka works. Here you have your pantry stuff plus warmer. Here's your standard fire-based stove. And then you got your ovens, more prep tables, and of course, pizza. Heck yeah. Oh, that's a very good pizza, actually. Next level now. Because now that we have like the wisps of hay to work with, now we can achieve shredded cheese. Cheese, cheese, cheese. That's amazing. That's very awesome. Love it. Love it. All right, little storage areas. Oh, and we got warmers for these treats here. We got God, what are they? Little cinnamon rolls and like little, I don't know, they look like, well, little pastry looking things, but they look hecka good. All right, so let's head back to the mid. Admire some of the table work, so things are nice and clean. I think some of these places even have like little condiment stuff. So yeah, we have like little salt and pepper shakers on the sides. Limited booth seating, mostly tables. A couple large ones too. Cool. Interesting how we have like different sorts of flower pots being used. Here's like one made out of wood, and then across the way there you have like a marble based one, and here too. So some experiments happening here. Both work. All right, so that's the outpost and Wyvern Rest. This will take us to the Oasis. I think we'll go there in just a bit, but I haven't gone back there yet. So let's see. Oh, wait, let's check out this industrial fridge first. Or freezer. Oh, yeah, nice. Classic style, using these prisons as a, as a freezer, like, to give that whole refrigerator or freezer-like effect. Now, right through here, the last bit of the pantry area, some extra bit of storage. No dead bodies. Yep. Let me double check. Nope, no dead bodies. Signs of blood, struggle. Nothing like that here. All right. So let's make our way outside to the Oasis. Looks like an outdoor room, so we'll see how this comes together. So nice, easy doorway. Boom, takes us outside. Easy. Now, oh, okay, that's why we're outside, because we got like a huge boar being cooked right now. It would just dominate the smells of the entire place if it was left inside. But in a way, we could also think of this as like, you have like your indoor part of the restaurant, but then out here, this is like the spot where you, if you want to sit here, have yourself some roasted pig, cool, go ahead. Just have a seat. We'll hook you up as soon as this thing's ready in like 10 hours. Okay, it'll be faster, but maybe. Back here, though, we have this like fantastic stone structure here. Big pond all set up. Water's running, spills into here. Where does it go from here? I don't know, but it's okay. Or it's just one of those big electric kinds of, it just kind of recycles the water. You have your drain in there and it all comes back. That's all good too. As long as the water stays clean. If it just kind of like bunched up there, then that'd be all bad. Get all mossy and super green with algae. We don't want that. Yeah, really nice that setup that we have here, though. Love the those are wall shelves. Yeah, wall shelves are being used there to kind of dress the top. I like that. It's neat how we have like this whole cut through. So we can see like the rest of pretty much everything that's going on. So we're going from the outdoors to the indoor restaurant area. Then we're going to the outpost. We'll see what that's all about. And then right up there is Wyvern Rest. We'll see what's going on there. Oh, and then up top, Oh, I didn't really notice what's going on up top here. So this is it's a vaulted ceiling, and they filled this out with collections. At first I thought, oh, it's a band. No, different collections. All sorts of different stuff. Cute. All right, so let's head this way now. Past the trophies, some of the paintings and what have you. And what is through here? We have, bathroom stuff. So here's what might be the men's spot. Oh, God. That's, okay, something about that makes it gross. That there's stuff in there. Like, yo, only liquid should be in there, man. It's like, I'm not going to use that at all. I'd rather just like sit here and like do my thing, because that thing seems crazy unsanitary. It's like we're flushing and nothing's happening, dude. Like, it's trying to do stuff. It's trying to do stuff. It's just not happening. So I'm just going to wash up and get out of here. I'll go to the ladies' room instead. Oh, I wonder if that's the debate. Like, is this supposed to be the branding, the signage for like the men's room? Here's like the ladies' room over here. So let's see what's going on. Sorry, but I'm here because it's just cleaner here. Urinals, Jesus, man. I mean, I get it. It's efficient. We can take advantage of, men's bodies to make it more efficient, but still, dude, gross. I definitely would rather use a stall. And once we're done, we clean up and we're good to go. Yeah. Okay. Now, dude, this neon lighting, man. All right, so Wyvern Rest. What's going on in here? We first start off with kind of a waiting area, a chill spot. We can have a seat, and then we go out there somewhere. So Wyvern Rest. We'll find out what this means. I think that's a bed being used as kind of an kind of an artsy thing. Yeah, it's a bed. All right, now through here. Feels like a hotel now. Sort of. Yeah, I'm getting some kind of hotel vibes. See, here we are. We'll check ourselves in. They'll get us processed. Ring, ring, ring. That's where we get our room keys. Something like that. And they're waiting. I kind of feel bad because I could just be rude and walk through here. It's no problem. Okay, so this, oh yeah, that's right. So this happens to be a pre-built stairway, and here's just like the area under it. It's just, kind of a staff area. Nothing too crazy. Got it. Nice laptop setup. Now these are, I forget what these are. I think these are like benches? No, stools. Okay. Nice ease of using the keys here. Now, of course, it's not perfectly lined up all pretty, but, who's really looking? All right, I think we're ready to head up now. Yeah, nice little lobby setup. Very dressed, too. Like, notice here, you have like beams, 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 plus carpet to make this sort of waiting hall of sorts. Yeah. I kind of like that. But let's climb. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, always smooth with the pre-built stairs. I think while they look like stairs, they, the way that they actually function feels more like a flat surface than anything. But we get to the top, past the giant greens coming out of that canoe. That's cool. I like that. It's like they left that thing there for like years and years, and like, okay, there's nothing we can do about it. At some point, it's going to take over the whole roof, but it's fine. It's fine. Interesting here too. They have a number of these. Now here's like the chandelier, of course, but you have a whole bunch of these different candles also being used to skin the chain. So the whole thing is glowing like crazy. That's pretty neat. I like that. Big old flower box that's filled up right there. And now we're getting into what I presume are the rooms. And here's, yeah, very accurate too. Here we're you know, once we do check in and everything, here's where we grab our ice in case there's any drinks that we want to pick up and not want to go all the way down to like room service. It's all good. All right, let's check out each of these rooms. Nope, this is more like where the supply closet. There you go. Where we clean stuff up with purple water. Is that safe? Sure. You know, it's purple. High-end disinfectant of sorts. You think they're expensive drinks? Oh, we know they're expensive drinks. Oh, yeah. Now, as for the rooms, pretty sparse with what they've got. They got the bare minimum of stuff. You got your work desk. You got a place for your clothes. You have no shower. Perhaps you have to go into a public shower, which makes this a pretty cheap hotel, I gotta say. But we'll look around for a bath. We'll see if we can find one, and yeah, we'll see how that goes. Yes, that was the vending machine and icebox. Okay, so we're going here now into another bedroom. Not how we have like these rug skins being used as backdrops for some of these rooms too. Not exactly give it a theme that we should be convinced of, but just something that that adds a little bit of flavor to it. Now, in this case, it does have a little bit of a theme to it, sort of. Gilney in bed. We have some rugged, a rugged banner plus, plus shelf. Whereas here, actually, it was kind of the same thing, but just a different style bed. Purple smells like lavender. Oh, you could be right. All right, so we were there. Wait, what was this again? There was a supply closet, right? Yeah. Now through this spot, hall to the left and to the right. Okay, so maybe we are seeing some pretty thematic rooms here. Pretty small, but not too big of a deal. Now in this case, oh, okay, so I guess I'm not sure what to make of this. Okay, so here is the shower. Oh, is this the public bathroom? This is the public bathroom. Okay. Sometimes that's what it takes. And then the kind of spot that they have, like easy knobs using those sprocket tables. It feels like this thing is like just gonna flood you. Like it's like, okay, let me turn this on. And then you see it barely dripping out. You're like, okay. And all of a sudden, it's like a firehouse and you just get blasted like right through the door or something. All right. So I presume these are going to be, oh, toilet spots. 2 and 3 toilet spots. Okay, none of them are broken. So I appreciate that. Let me grab my roll, which is just like a spinning cup. It's almost like it's an empty roll, but it's not. It's not. It's meant to be a full roll of toilet paper. Right through here, once again, we have like this. Oh, okay, we have a very strong theme room here. Some Forsaken branding, like these deep reds, both with the walls as well as the ceiling panels here. Black on the side over here. Boop, 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 boop. Climb and sit. Very troublesome. It's like, yo, if I'm staying anywhere, if I want to have that many climbs just to get into the bed. Now, if I was more out of shape, like I climb up, I go into the bed, and then I lay down like because of all that cardio. Right through here, I have a big arrow that points to, it just points that way. Engineering, perhaps gnomish style bed. I'll go with gnomish style bed. We haven't really seen depictions of class. It was mostly race that we're seeing here. Some more collections on this spot here. And then finally through the purple door, a Zandalari troll style room. Some interesting color choices here. You know, sometimes people use like big old like Zandalari structures to like skin the whole thing. In this case, we've been seeing like this more consistent theme of like, okay, it's primarily like this kind of room, but we also add like some themes to it. So it has like this sort of modular look. Like it's not trying to immerse the visitor here into like, okay, we're going to transfer you into a different world. No, you're in a hotel. You're in a hotel. It's got certain themes. This is how much it costs per night. You know, check in at 10 a.m. All right, so let's retreat back. I want to make sure that I covered all the bases here. So we're here, and I think we're going to walk our way down. Like a bridal suite. All right, so this... Okay, that's the Oasis. I think we've seen everything. Yeah. Cool. So I'll hang right here. Boop. Yeah, so fun build. Fun build. All right. No, thank you for having us. I appreciate it. All right, so we got one more. And then we will all hang out for a little while at least in the other channel. I'm going to drag y'all with me. It's going to be fun. Except for folks on YouTube. They will not be dragged over. I don't know what will happen to them. I think they'll stay on. Yeah, I think we'll just keep ended up streaming on that channel, on the Random Azrael channel anyway. All right, so we're going to Twileafs. And number 15. We're all being dragged. We're all going to go to the rerun channel. Not yet, though. Not yet. I'm getting hungry, though. Damn, it's not good. I'll be tough. I'll be strong. I can hold out. All right, folks, this is Twileaf's place. We're over in Founders this time. We're in kind of the spooky part. It's raining out at the moment. And as we enter the lot, we have a pretty sparse scattering of decor. You know, we hit up one spot, we see this this nice little cluster of greens, trees, and place to look at. Let's jog over here real quick under the tent. We can get ourselves a little tiny bit of shelter from the rain. Very tiny bit, because I think the rain's still coming in. Very unfortunate. I thought I just saw a big wisp there right now, which is very unfamiliar. Yeah, there it is again. Is that a thing? I'm very not familiar with that. But whatever the case, since we're looking at it, here we, there's a, okay, so that's just a neighborhood thing. I did not realize that was a thing. That's cool. Actually, that's really neat. All right, so the tree itself, or the house itself, is being suspended. We climb into it, maybe, by going here first, and we meet the Guardians of the Trunk. So this is the Sacred Council of Murgle Snuffle Reptar, and they are the ones who ensure safety of this tree. So like all three of them, they look right at me. You know, eyes are locked. And then the Murgle speaks. The Murgle's like, "Hey, what's up, guys?" And then the Reptar's like, "Hey," you know. And then the Snuffle's like, "Hi, welcome, guys. Come on in." And then the boss here is like, "Yo, you're supposed to be the council that like judges and only lets the worthy inside." It's like, "Yeah, but you know, we love having visitors, and you know, we want to We want to be very welcoming here in Founders. We don't want to be jerks. So that's just how that goes sometimes. All right, so let's. Ooh, ooh, weird camera stuff here. There we go. That took a second. All right, so yeah, notice how we have like the big greens are just shooting out from the house. It's as if, it's doing a really good job of making it seem as if the house is built around the tree. Yeah, I like that. I like that. So let's head inside. Yeah, let's go. We gotta kind of like squeeze our way in a little bit. All right. Now, as we enter, I can already tell we're inside the large Caldorite tent. Oh, neat. Oh, they added some extra effects here too. So if you want to leave this house, you're screwed because you're going to end up clicking on the Void Maw. So be careful how you leave this house. You might want to use the exit house button or something like that. But yeah, we come in. Like I said, we have the tent that's being used. Great structure and shaping that we have here. And we first enter this kind of transition-y spot. It's kind of a welcome in sort of area. It's a little bit messy. We have big greens that are getting right into the ceiling pretty much. We have other Herondar stuff that is growing around it. It's a nice mess. So it's something that the boss, I'm sure they just leave alone. Like, oh, it's cool. We'll manage it. It's fine. It's not like I don't have plants all over the place, and they kind of do. Auto water is going in each of the sides here. Yep. And things are thriving. Now up ahead there's a thing. Over on the side there's a thing. I'm not sure if this is like a secret kind of thing or not. Let's see. Yes, it is. So I guess we're going here first. So we immediately run into like these Herondar vibes. We're flanked with these flower boxes. And also the auto water things are still, I think it's the same one. Yeah, it's the same one that's being used. So that's pretty neat. I like that. So let's walk through this sort of like Herondar style stairwell room. Great, great setup that we have here. So here we have like big rocks, big trees. I think there might be something behind there too, that are just blinding us almost. But let me see if we can discover a surprise. Oh, it's a surprise fountain. Slurp, slurp, get some water. And oh, there's more. Oh, check this out. We've suddenly run into like this whole outdoor spot. Think of like Shatrath, but like it's not built yet or something like that. That makes no sense. But I just think of like of the Naru that's in the middle there. And this is just like Shatrath before it became Shatrath. And everything was eventually built around them. It just started off as this cool little fountain spot. And then it became so much more. Oh. Nice. Well, this is a fun little secret. Out here we have spots to sit under. We're growing things. We're processing some things. Like here's where like, I don't know, not processing, but here we're, perhaps potting new plants. Here's where some processing happens. Oh yeah. What are we making? Soup. Excellent. So a half kitchen of sorts too. And then here, more processing, perhaps grinding things down. Into coffee. Oh, dude, where's the roaster? Where's the roaster? All right, so let's go back in here, into the cave area. Now, I was fooled. Like, I totally thought that we were in a pre-built stairwell room. So here's like the area under the stairs. We'll kind of make our way back out. And yeah, it's nuts. It was just rocks that were taking us up. Okay. Which makes me wonder now. Okay, is there another one here? No, there is not. Oh, that would have fooled me. What's up, Epi? So let's climb up. Rock, 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 rock. Past the duskwood greens, past some of the herondar stuff and the ivies and everything. We get up top. There is a portal that'll take us to who knows where, but I'm going to explore here first. See where this takes us, because I think this will take us kind of backwards into one of the previous rooms. And in this transition spot, you know, big greens, moonwells as well. Get it? Well, back here, some herondar stuff. So it's like a shrine. There we go. It's a nice little shrine dedicated to that little buddy over there. This is the center of the house. This is what's being protected by, well, something sinister. We just haven't found it yet. Or maybe they're paranoid. They're like, no one's going to touch our stuff. Actually, there might be something crazy behind this portal. Let's see. Because beyond this portal is Calderai stuff. Yeah. We have this nice setup here, which is a hot tub. Yes, it is meant to be a usable hot tub. So here I sit, here I slurp some of that purple drink and just kind of like relax, you know, just give ourselves a moment. All good. All right, so over here is some more chemistry stuff, alchemy stuff, chemistry stuff, whatever. You know, so we're seeing multiple stations where they're processing, doing some work, making cool things or deadly things or both. I gotta remember, I gotta re-explore some of that other room we were just at. But I think we're going to cut across here. I like how the drip. No, it's awesome. Whenever we see that sort of effect, we saw a couple of things like that a little bit earlier. It was great. Okay, and I'm lost. This is going to be one of them sprawling builds, I think. So here we are in what is okay. We're actually back in one of the more previous rooms because over there's the entrance, right? And we started here. We went that way. We didn't go this way yet. Oh boy, it's going to be tough. I'm like, we'll go here instead. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. So some retail signage. Kind of feels like this is a restaurant of sorts. So different sort of vibe. You know, table for two. Nice big spreads. Very lovely windows. I believe those are shop windows. But yeah, here is like, you know, as soon as we walk into the spot, here's like kind of like the indoor-ish seating. Through here, though, the kitchen. Very interesting kitchen. You know, not the usual things that we'll see. You know, usually we see like big stoves, pantry areas, and so on and so forth. But then here, nice, very simple prep. Almost minimalist. I mean, we know what's going on. Anything that's missing is just like, it's magic. It's all good. Now up here, oh man, this is oh boy, this is a big place. I am a little bit overwhelmed here. So this is another eating spot for sure. I do like these surrounding this concept here, like the whole surrounding window setup. Like it'd be cool if we had it like all around and we can have like this really nice array of things that all come together. But whatever the case, this is definitely a more like festive party-ish kind of spot. I feel like I want to be a little bit louder, you know, talking to my friend over here, folks over there who are like chilling and talking, or maybe this is a place where we can just like grab food, something like that. You know, there's no, because notice how there's like no seating here. So it's kind of like a stand-up area, you know, mingle, hang out, come back here, get some drinks. And maybe there might be other seedy spots up here of sorts. And there kind of, sort of is. Actually, no, this is a place to wash up, actually. And what about on the other end here? Here is a place to perhaps rest. But can you rest really? When you got a turntable to navigate? So DJ Murgle is down here. They'll like oversee me. They'll help me out, right? Okay, cool. So boons to boons to boons to boom. You know, so we're vibing. Imagine like the filigree lights just dancing all over the place, getting all crazy. Yeah. So very, very loud, festive spot here. And oh no. Murgle, why? Ugh. No. It's a okay. It was almost a trap. We're fine. It was all good. We survived it. I'm sorry. I need to climb back up there. I don't know if I saw like a doorway there or not. Yeah, so not there. But there is like an upper area here. Yeah, so let's look. Boop. Boop. So here's the vanity spot. Oh, okay, so here's the climb. Yeah. And we have, damn. Okay, that's brave, dude. That is brave. Because here we have pole dancing up here. Oh boy. I mean, shoot, yeah. If you wanna take a look from up here, neat. Now I wonder if this was inspired by like an actual location where you have a dancer who's all the way up here. That's pretty nuts. Boop. All right, so down here, let's try to get our orientation back together. So I'm pretty sure I came from there. I'm gonna go this way now. All right, so what is through here? Is this an actual door? Boop. Yes. All right. This is gonna be. I think I'm gonna struggle to get through this place, guys, because there's a lot of windiness. Okay, so here's the grand. Okay, so we're back at the grand climb. Oh boy. So we're back at this grand climb here. There's the entrance of the house. I did not come from upstairs yet. There's an area under the stairs, which takes us to, not treasure, but, you know, just a place to kind of fill things out. It's a great layout. I'm just, oh, it's hard for me to get used to this. All right, so we're here now. We're sort of so kind of like a little workstation, a library spot. And then we enter the bathroom, big bathroom. And once again, oh, very interesting how we have the auto watering stuff here too. I wonder if it's intended for me to be like, oh, you know, I'll just shower in here too. You know, if I'm meant to do like both. I mean, that works. Yeah, that's very interesting. All right, so let's back out down that little step. And here is the defecation station. Huge tank. Now, very interesting tank that we have. I believe this is the prey pedestal that's being used here. So first, I think this is one of the first times that I've seen it being used here. So really nice setup. All right. So that was the bathroom. We'll come back through here. And I believe this is simply a shroud for the bed. Boop. Now, this is interesting. Sometimes, you know, a lot of the time I'll see like curtains and other things that are dressing it up, and it all happens inside like one large room. Here, they just carved out a closet space, used the tent, the Caldorite tent here, jammed it right in, and like, okay, cool. Now here's where the bed is. So it's very, very cozy in here. Very warm. Like beyond what's in front of us, there's no sound, nothing like that coming in. And then look, it's kind of a long ways away from anything else too. So must be very, very quiet in here. Very peaceful. All right, I think I'm gonna do the climb. I think I did the climb. I'm not sure. Yeah, no, I did. Oh gosh. Okay, so let's see if I've gone through here before. Oh, no, I have not. You know, things just kind of. I like how the Arkandor is like is popping up first. The cherry blossom tree is helping to sort of frame it a little bit. And of course, the petals, they always do a great job of like really bringing in the ambience. I'm going to turn around. Oh, this is pretty. So the entrance, you can still see it kind of being exposed, but they added like all sorts of greens. They added the Niffin arch up there, whatever that glowy thing's called. I always forget. I can't get it. Oh, well, the Snarring arch though, that's what's making that glow. And so it's a different effect. It comes off neat. I like that. I really like that. So what else is there to explore in this kind of like park area here? So here we have one little bedroom. Can hang out with puppy, chill, have some good times. All right. Lots and lots of greens surrounding the spot. Make sure that the illusion is kept. There's the poop station for the outdoor area, at least. And then this spot, I'm going to guess, is like the bathtub. Yeah. So nice and away from the breeze. You don't want to get yourself too cold. Same thing if you're pooping. So the fountain here, just a fountain. Not made for bathing. If anything, you're going to feed the fishies. That's about it. All right. I really like this transition here. That looks good. I like this thing up top too. It has a very natural kind of shape to it. All right. So we're going this way now. And I think I still need to backtrack. I feel like there are turns that I probably missed. All right, now in here, study room of sorts. Library things are happening. Research, forbidden research perhaps. Actually, no, that looks more like nature-y stuff than like fell things, right? So everything's fine here so far. Typically, when we run into research rooms, we find a spot for forbidden research. Like, oh, that's just the wall. Okay, never mind. Like psych. Oh. All right, let's check behind here though. We might be surprised. Oh yeah. Oh, that's not what I expected. Okay. I expected fell stuff. Not sudden elven and folk stuff. But going through here, we have all of our trophies. We got the folio. And then here, kind of feels like fortune telling or something that's happening here. You know, we have these two very isolated spots. Two characters, boom, boom. One is going to perceive the future to the other. And what's in the future? More housing. The next patch. Oh my God. So surprising. But also we have like this sort of like collection area. Things that they've found and discovered and are trying to sort of kind of lock away. But only sort of kind of. It's not like we went through a portal or anything crazy like that. We do have like kind of a shift in the vibe here. But nothing so dramatic. Yeah, sprawling build here. But now I need to jog and find out what I've missed. Because I think I've missed a bit. So here's the chemistry area. That's the portal that took us to... No, I think I've been there. I'm going to climb up, actually. See where this takes us. Ah, smoke spot. Kind of took a while to find one. We saw a place for like drinks and festivities and studying and all that, sleeping. But up here specifically is where the smoking happens. That's kind of neat. They had this whole grand climb set up. For what? Smokes. I like that. I like that. All right, so now we're going... oh boy, we're going here, and I'm sure I've gone through here already. Yeah, because this was like the altar where like all the where like the super duper special plant is. Here we climb down, and I think that was the door that led outside. This is the part that led us towards the entrance, because there it is. And I've gone through here. Yeah, that's the retail-y spot, but it wasn't a retail-y spot. But if I go here, that is not a door, and that is not... Oh, we actually did cover everything. I think. I hope. I really hope I do. I'm sorry, like that I struggle so much with like these large builds. It's so easy for me to get lost. I should almost like ask for like a map when people submit, but that would be like too much. That would be rough. Thank you so much though for being patient and for inviting us over to your build. Again, huge place, lots of spectacles to take a look at here. Now that does round out our visits here. But what I'm going to try to do now, we're not done yet. But I'm going to power up the rerun stream. I'm going to turn this guy on. And we'll see if I can raid myself. This should be fun. It's going to be great. Promise. Come on, authorize. What do you mean it failed? Try again. Punk. Let's see, it worked before. How come it's not working now? Anyways, any thoughts you guys have on patch stuff? It's happening. It's gonna happen soon. It might be kind of crazy. You're excited? Nice. Okay, let me see if it's running actually. Oh, it is running. Excellent. Okay. So now I'm going to try and raid myself. You're worried about blueprint bugs? So am I. So am I. So now I'm going to raid a channel. All right. We'll see how awkward this gets, okay? You're dubious about the blueprints? So am I. I mean, I'm gonna wait. I'm definitely gonna wait until until later. Anyway, this might seem awkward for a little bit, so we're gonna see what happens right now. So it looks like I have rated myself. Cool. Now I don't know how this chat is going to work. Because I doubt that the chat above me is going to work anymore. Because there's lots of weird things, like the weird stuff I got to do to make that work, and I don't think I'm going to make that happen. So we made it. I think YouTube should be fine. YouTube, nothing changes. So anyone who's watching from YouTube, we should be okay. But for now, it looks like I'm functioning. Yay. If you don't mind, if you haven't already, if you want to follow me on the Rerun channel, no need to subscribe. Don't do that. You can do it, just don't. But if you could follow, that would be great. That way, pad numbers and all that stuff. So like I was saying earlier, the reason why I'm doing this is technically I have to run live streams and not reruns on this channel in order to be eligible for affiliates. It's kind of goofy, but oh well. But yeah, I want to. Where is it? Oops. Come on, trying to type stuff here. Oh, uh-oh. Nothing wants to work. Okay. Okay, so I want to log out. I just want to check something really quick on the other channel. Ooh, this is confusing. All right, so that one. Already followed. Nice. Okay, we're going there. And I just want to go to the dashboard. I just want to make sure I'm not running this as a rerun. Cool, not a rerun. So I'm just going to hang out here for a bit. I don't know how Twitch is going to respond to this or whatever. All right. But no joke. The blueprints are what I've been most excited about. I'm thinking of doing a video that talks about, that kind of speaks to builders as well as clients, like hey, kind of like a general, hey, here's how blueprints work, or here's like best practices if you want to be a creator. And I'm basically going to tell people make simple builds. If you want to like if you want to establish yourself as a creator, like one thing is if you just make something insane. But it's hard to appreciate. I guess it'd be hard to appreciate really like crazy builds. Like, oh my god, I made oh god, I'm trying to remember what are some of the really standout ones. Someone made Najatar. And I'm just kind of guessing here, but there's like a lot of different things that went into that build. And it's like, okay, if someone wanted to copy that, they can only get so far because there's so much stuff that they're missing. And so, you know, when it comes to a build like that and many other builds, you're going to find that many people are going to find that they're just missing a lot of that stuff that they need in order to make those builds work. And then it's just going to be a bad time for them. And I really don't want that. It would just suck, you know. Where am I going to go? I'm going to go back to my house real quick. Actually, I'll go back to the other house. All right, so the chat there should be fine. Okay, cool. All right. Because one thing I don't want to lose, I don't want to lose this, man. I don't want to take the risk of this place like falling apart or something like that. Like, no, man. I put like I put 2 whole days into this. It was like 2 days? 2, 3 days. Yeah, man. I put 2 or 3 whole days into this. And I'm very proud of it. Do you know what happens to our current diagrams? Yeah, I do. So what happens is, let's pretend you have like 3 different red dyes. Like you have the Horde one, and you have the Mage Royal one, and you got the Burnt one or something like that. In the patch, they're all going to turn into red dye. That's it. So it's going to be, that's how the example works. Like any existing dyes that you have, like they're going to just be converted. So let's play with that for a second. Let's gamble a little bit. Let's look at some of the most expensive dyes that are out there. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, dye. Actually, I'll just go housing dye, switch. So, nothing. I don't see any of the red dyes. No. Arcwine? No, that's purple. So Horde. So I'd say like right now the gold dye, that's like the most expensive one. So if I find really cheap, so dark gold, maybe that applies. Assuming that this is like the same kind of dye, gold and dark gold, then I should just buy a shitload of these, right? Well, I should buy that, and maybe that'll pay off. I don't know. So that's when I just pick a certain shades to fit themes, not just red. Well, what's happening, Britt, is they're just the items are just being converted. That's all. So when the time comes and I want to take a thing, shoot, what's an easy thing? If I want to dye a thing, I'm still gonna see the whole color wheel, right? But what's gonna happen is between this red and this red and this red, it's all gonna say red dye, red dye, red dye. That's all. So it's just simplifying the kinds of items being used. Now, that said, are there other possible gambly things that we can do? So like this green dye. Is there a really expensive green dye? Like if there are like dyes here to consider getting, and there are really cheap versions that we can pick up too, then I would consider going for it. But at least at a glance, maybe not so much. So if I want to pick up culture and steel, because I think that's a kind of gray, it's going to be the equivalent of this. I think Iron Claw. I think that's gray. I forget. But those would be little things to consider if you want to make the if you want to make a little gold. No, they're not changing. I mean, they're adding colors. Actually, they're going to add some more colors, and they're going to simplify the titles of the dyes. So instead of having, gold and sungrass and dark gold and whatever, it's all just going to be called yellow gold. They're going to be all, so whatever you have, if you have like 10 of each of those dyes, after the patch, it's going to turn into 30 of this yellow dye. That's it. That's all that happens. So nice and easy. But then you can still apply them to create the colors you want. Yeah. I think so. I'll put a bunch of details on the auction. I was trying to convince us to buy them. No, I'm buying stuff now. in case they happen to go up in price. Now, these are gonna dip, um, probably, but I'm hoping that I picked up like, the really cheap one. I picked up what, like a couple thousand, like 1,000 and some for about 4 gold. So if it goes up by like double, then it's like, okay, I made like a little bit. No, no, no. The dies that you have, they're going to have the same functionality that they always had. Um, the cool thing is you don't need to be like, okay, there's like 3 different reds that I want to make. I need to make this kind of red and this kind of red and this kind of red. You don't have to do that anymore. You just make the red die, and then you play it later. I remember early on, it was one of the bits of feedback that I gave. Uh, Actually, I gave it kind of late in the beta cycle, where I said, "Yo, there's gonna be this big problem with managing like all these different dyes. We're gonna have like freaking 70 or 80 different kinds of dyes," and we did. And I suggested, "Yo, we should just bring it down to like this many. Bring it down to like a dozen or so," and they are in fact bringing it down to I think like 9. So I'm like, okay, cool. So that kind of shows you. I'm not gonna credit myself as if it was like, oh, it was thanks to me, but it kind of goes to show like in some cases it takes a while for the feedback that we give to translate into something actionable that they can implement and do in time for a actual patch. So recently did that in Final Fantasy 14, best thing he ever did. I was hearing about a little bit of gossip. I was hearing about that too. That the Final Fantasy 14 director was talking about, oh, it's really cool what WoW Housing has done, to the point where they want to work on some things in the near future, which is great. Now, my opinion, I don't think that I think anything that they might do, the Final Fantasy 14 team, anything that they might do, it doesn't feel like it's going to matter all that much until they take out scarcity of housing for that game. Because to me, that's hugely like annoying and damaging. I think, like, there's a decent argument to be made that Final Fantasy 14 housing is just demonstrably better than WoW housing, because when you look at from a top down view, you'll see a lot cooler looking houses from 14 housing. You see a lots of role play and things like that. But I think part of that is because of the scarcity, and because you gotta feel, if you take part in Final Fantasy 14 housing, you're locked in. Um, because if your sub lapses, then you just lose it, and you might lose everything, and that would very much suck. Whereas with WoW, it's very non-committal. You can leave whenever you want. You can just have your house and just like whatever and not care. um I half joked that there's probably like thousands, hundreds, maybe thousands of neighborhoods that are 100% dead, except for plot 0 over in Founders Point, because that's the most popular plot in Founders. People pick that up. And otherwise, there's like no one there, or it's just full of houses that are just like there's no one doing anything in those houses. It's kind of funny, but that's to me that's the big difference between Final Fantasy 14 housing and WoW housing, is that the whole scarcity side of things. And to me it's kind of an unfortunate thing about Final Fantasy 14, but it also comes off as kind of scummy to me, because it's like, yo, how you gonna basically lock people into their subscription, otherwise they lose their house? That feels like a pretty janky way of kind of like taking people's efforts hostage for the most part. And that kind of sucks. It's like, for someone who knows that for someone who is responsible about their use of play in that game, they'll know, okay, I'm going to lose my house. I might as well demolish it now, get all my stuff, pack it all up, and then, you know, come back whenever I feel like. That feels kind of like lame. I don't know. I played PTR the other day. There was a vendor in town square selling the pigments. Well, yeah, yeah. I mean that's a test vendor though. So I think 14 needs to make it easier to use the building system. You have to use glitch that needs to make anything cool. Well, has nailed the building process. Oh yeah, absolutely. I think especially because it's built in and it's inherent into the system. That's something that the fort that Square needs to like work on, and hopefully it'll work okay, and it we'll see what it results in because it could be some crazy stuff. And then other people were talking about the other thing. I guess the other big thing about 14 housing is that the interiors are very rigid. Like they have a certain shape, which is neat, but they only have a certain shape and you can't really, it's not very flexible. So some folks are like, oh, that kind of sucks. Whereas with WoW, it's like, okay, you want to have 23 floors? Um, you want to have a 23 floor drop? Sure, you can do that. And I counted 23 because that's how many floors you can make with a level 12 house before you run out of budget. So 23 is that's like it's the current hard limit. And then you just put the entrance at the very top, and then you have like a just a rugs to fool people, and then they fall and then they die. It's kind of funny because they will die not from hitting the ground, but they will hit like the side of the wall, which might have a little ledge, and then they'll die from that. So they didn't even hit the. So you have to try, you have to move a certain way in order for you to actually die on the bottom floor. Uh, Also, the replacement budget is dumb. You cannot fill the big houses. Most block a large part of those off. This will save space in my bank at least instead of 20. Oh, yeah, that's going to be huge. That's going to be very, very helpful. I'm trying to remember, like, can you store dice in the war bank, or does it just, or do you have to just have it in your bank, or on your person? I forget. You can put them in the war bank. Okay, cool. Why do I have dice in my on my character? God, I'm stupid. Or maybe that was a thing. Maybe that was a thing for a hot second, and then I just never bothered to change it back. I don't know. I'm such a goof. But yeah, like I said, I don't want to. I don't want to risk losing this place. This place is too cool, man. This thing brings back memories. You know, for those of you, even though like I might say things about like big sprawling houses and all that, you know, the builder who's going through these, like for them, it doesn't feel sprawling at all. They know exactly where everything is. It is, um, it is perfectly navigatable. It's clean. It's perfect and all that. And so I'll get that similar feeling with something like this. It's like, oh, but I know this place. People who finish their builds, they'll have a sense of like almost every brick that they lay down. They know where it came from. They know the little story behind it, and there's a certain special thing to it. And so, of course, like uh, hopefully Blizzard is really scared and really nervous about once this becomes a thing, because I said it before. Um, the possibility of blueprints breaking is the equivalent of data loss. That, like, if something were to happen, we'll be like, yo, Blizzard, what are you going to do about that? You just killed a lot of my time. I don't know. I don't think there's anything you can like really do about that. Like y'all saw, for those who stuck around for it, y'all saw me do all these sorts of like blueprint transfer shenanigans with Buildy Mouse. They gave me a build. I was trying to put it in. I kept telling them, "Yo, can you not give me like these weird parts, because there's no way I'll be able to get them, or they're too expensive, or whatever, or whatever." We eventually got the transfer through, but then also there was new build where the way that some decor sits or the way that some decor is shaped, it was altered a little bit, and that broke their build. Now everything was like way out of place and everything because of a patch change, um, and that's something I'm sure Blizzard can't really do anything about. Like if they change like the nature of how like they change the anchor of how a certain decor sits on a certain coordinate, that's going to result in that might, for them it might be a fix, but for us it might just destroy our houses, and that's like scary. I just don't want my abilities to get sold and put a rare item in trick. It's not watertight because those companies have been around since before housing too. Oh, that's what you're talking about. Well, the thing is, like, yeah, the rare item thing doesn't that doesn't work unless you use a lot of them, right? Unless you use a lot of rare items to prevent them from like stealing stuff. Um, but unfortunately, it's going to happen. So, like, your best bet really is if you're going to share a build with someone, only share it until they have it, and then kill the code. Yeah, just delete the code, and then anyone who happens to have it, they'll be like, okay, now they can't access it anymore. So that's really the only thing you can do. Um, yeah, I think though, what's gonna happen though? Like, let's pretend that there are sites that are like stealing codes and whatever. Um, one, like, there's only so much that those accounts would be able to do anyway. So imagine this. Imagine there is a person. Imagine there's a bad actor, several bad actors who are like, okay, guys, we're gonna steal codes, and we don't care what kinds of weird parts that they have. Like, in order to really steal a code, they need to, one, find it, and then two, they need to have everything for that in order to perfectly replicate everything that's there. So they got to go through a pretty big process of possibly doing like all sorts of unlocks and things like that, which might involve them farming up currencies or whatever. Um, it's only when they can finally complete it, that's when they can actually copy the thing, and then cool, now they have it. So that's one code out of 50 that they would need to have on that account. But if they wanted to have more of those codes, they would need to have another account that's again able to throw down all that different decor, have all that access. It's going to be very rough. Um, so what it boils down to is like the most popular builds are going to be simple. They're going to be founders builds, or they're going to be neighborhood builds. And yeah, people are going to steal those, and they're going to be, pretty accessible and everything. But that's going to be the way to do it, if people wanted to do that. But I think in the end, what we're going to see, I think, my prediction, or at least what builders will want to do. They want to be like, yo, you want me to make something? Okay, cool. You want to? Okay. I charge by the hour. I think that's what they should do. Charge by the hour, and you'll make so much gold or gold. I'll tell you this: don't try and charge money. You're going to get in big trouble if you get caught. Um, please don't do that. Chances are very, very good um, that selling blueprints is going to be treated just like selling a carry. If it's for gold, fine. If it's for real money transactions, don't get caught. Um, yeah, that's it. So we'll definitely have interior designer job. Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure. And so like the people who have been doing this for a while, like such as you, such as Mouse or Custodian, who they might get offers. And my recommendation is to charge by the hour instead of for the whole build, because they don't know how long it takes you to make some of this stuff. Some of the stuff takes a while. Um, and maybe you'd be better off with like making like simple builds. But that's why that's one reason why I want to do my little contest of hey, let's make like very simple builds, starting houses basically, so folks can have like something to sit in and they don't just have like the empty box, because that's kind of depressing. Um, then the rest is up to you. Yeah, starter builds is going to be the way to go. But but the contest I want to do, I want to have like a nice showing of doing a bunch of free ones. So that's going to be that's going to be a big requirement for the contest, is that these codes that you provide, that they're going to be free. And this is all just to help welcome folk, give people a taste, welcome them into housing if they otherwise wouldn't do it themselves, and they want to get something to get started. Then they can start laying stuff down. It's gonna be very cool later on when um, transmog as decor becomes a thing, and then you're gonna see a lot of folks that are not selling entire builds, but they're gonna sell like a trophy room. So like, okay, there's the one that's going to come in the patch. Here's like this armory kind of thing, but no, here's like this trophy room where they have like these really fantastic kit bashed, tightly shaped layouts. That's like this big pedestal, and then you have like this statue of a dude doing a thing, and that'll be sick. That'll be really, really cool, and people will pay for that. I don't know how many people will pay for it, but more than zero people will pay for that. Um, and it'll help get started. Maybe they won't pay for it ever again, but it'll be cool for them to have. Is the contest up already? No, no. Well, I'll tell you guys now. Like, I just don't have it officially announced yet, but it's gonna start with the patch, and I'm gonna have a 1 month window. That's basically going to be from the week of August 11th, until after BlizzCon. So September 12th or 14th or something like that. And then I'm going to have a cooling off period, because we're going to be doing a lot of post BlizzCon coverage and stuff like that, but the contest window will close. I'm also going to be organizing all the entries into a thing. And then the following week, on the week of the 22nd, I'm going to showcase them all. And hopefully all the codes are valid and that they all work. And it'll be cool. Yay. Mm-hmm. Then it's not original or unique, and I kind of feel like that'll ruin the. Oh, I think you're talking about. Are you talking about something else, Mad Thing? If people get copies of builds, that is. If people get copies of builds, I mean, that's whose problem is that, really? So, yeah, it'll be kind of neat um to see, like, okay, let me go into this one house, and then it has a certain layout, and then the next house I go into happens to have the exact same like general layout. It's just different stuff that's inside. That'll be kind of neat. Gonna be interesting if we see a Reddit or so, or a Discord pop up for selling builds. I don't know if it's going to be that industrialized. I have a feeling that, like, at the very start, you're going to see people that are going to go for like whoever branded themselves the best over the past 8 months is going to have the greatest advantage. So if you have a channel that's going, if you're pretty present in other if you're very present in other channels or Reddit or whatever, the name recognition will help a lot. I've dropped names. I'm sure that's going to help people a little bit too. Now, here's the thing. There's also the question of like, okay, how fast can people pump stuff out? Uh, and if someone can pump out really quick, okay, that's cool. But that's also why I recommend charging by the hour, which is, you know, for the client, it's going to be a lot more, you know, a lot more gold. But it also gives the designer that much more breathing room because, you know, if they're going to turn it into sort of a job, that's going to burn them out, dude. That's going to burn them out. So like, let's pretend. I think any reasonable person, like I'm kind of lowballing it here. But if I commission someone to make a thing for me, it's gonna be like minimum $25 an hour for whatever it is. You know, so if it's like a drawing for a design or something like that, and then that goes up depending on like the technical work that's involved. If it's super specialized, then of course they can charge like a lot more because there's a lot less competition for those sorts of things. So something like this, let's just pretend it's going to cost at least a WoW token an hour. So 300 grand an hour. How many hours will it take? 10, 15 hours? You're looking at easily like how much did I math that out to? 4 or 5 million gold for the design. That sounds not so unreasonable. So if I made an empty staircase, higher troll face statue, I say I sell that to 250 people, it wouldn't be unique, and that kind of ruins it because I feel like so many houses, so many unique styles. That's what makes housing at the moment so amazing. Yeah, but I guess the question is that a whose problem was that? Oh my God, we're seeing the same stuff, yada yada yada. Um, I don't know. Like I feel like when it comes to these, when it comes to like the housing visits that I do, I feel like it's not going to affect this space too much because part of why part of what I ask for when people want to submit their places for us to visit is I want you to feel proud of it. I want you to feel like it's something that that you think other people will enjoy, that maybe people will be a little wowed by it and all that. Um, but if people are gonna come at us with like lots of pre-built stuff or you know lots of things that aren't original, I ask myself, okay, are they gonna be proud to show something like that off? Maybe. At the moment, I don't plan on having any rules against it. Just like how I don't have rules against like shop items. Like if it's caked in shop items, I don't care. You know, it's your money. You know, I didn't spend money to have your place look like that. Yeah, but I think it would be kind of cool if 150 people had your staircase, and it's like, yo, that's a mad thing staircase. Check that out. Oh my god, how much did you pay for that? $150. Are you kidding me? I got the bootleg one. I got the Fad Ming staircase. Yo, they charge like only like $10 for that. That would be kind of that would be kind of funny. Like I've been preaching this. Like this patch is going to do some pretty crazy things with housing. From a community standpoint. I think it's gonna ruffle some feathers. I feel super proud of people copying my build for housing. Yeah, that'd be neat. Um, Now, of course, it's gonna feel really weird when someone's like, "Oh, here's this thing that I made. I want to share it with the world," and then someone's like, "Cool, I'm gonna take this thing and I'm gonna monetize it." Then that doesn't feel so great. I don't know if there's gonna be anything we can do about that though, unless you guys have an idea. Because the thought in my head is if they wanted to try and like protect builds or do some sort of like encryption or a way for people to lock a build. I don't know how to do that. It'd be like it'd be like layering all sorts of systems together in weird ways, and ultimately people are going to find their way around it. Ultimately, people are just going to go back to, oh, I'm just going to eyeball it, and then I'll just copy it by sight. So Wonder what they show off at BlizzCon housing wise. Yeah, I wonder. I wonder what it could be. Could be anything. Gosh, what it, how nice it would be to know in advance what they're gonna show. I actually don't know. So, but I'd love to like I want to feel like I have clout. I want to feel special for just a second. I don't. So. I had someone literally doing the same tutorial as mine with a change of one item, then claiming that as an original, and I had real mixed feelings about it. Don't have mixed feelings about it. Be pissed. Be mad, dude. That sucks. Um, I mean, there's not much we can do about it, but I'd say like don't cope yourself into not getting mad about it. I think it's something that I think you should be very honest about the feedback. Um, I don't think that Blizzard has plans to protect creators like that anytime soon. But I think we should also I think they should also keep their ears open as well. So in that vein, we should not shut up about it either. You know, if and when those things happen. That way it riles things up and then it gets the devs' attention. They need to know when these things really become an issue. At the moment, we're kind of fear mongering. You know, we're kind of like speculating the possibilities, and they're possibilities. I'm certain that they're going to happen. But how widespread will it be? How damaging is it going to be? I don't know. But yeah, just don't shut up about it. If uh, if things are getting bad. As a way more casual builder, I'd be excited if someone would ask for my code, but I have no intent in offering codes or work. I don't think I intend to either. Like, it's not that I so like something like this, like if you want to copy it, fine. You know, by site. Feel free to visit my house, you know, come over. But I don't think I want to give this out. To me, this, you know, you can't copy the memories that went into going into this place, you know, chatting with stream and doing all that. That's mine. You know, this is me being selfish. Sure, I'm going to be selfish about it. It's mine. You know, I don't know how many, maybe you guys can tell me about this. I don't know how many other psychos out there um, have bothered making anything like this. Has anyone done it yet? I don't know. Has anyone bothered making the QR code? I don't know. But the thing is, people can do it. You know, this is, I would say this is not a creative labor. This is just a labor. Like, I just had to do it. Um, I just needed the plan, and then I just did it. And once I had the plan, then it was easy to do. I know someone who made a Naruto scale with those lamps. Well, did they do the 3D illusion or did they just like shape a thing? Now I did see something where I saw something where someone made this kind of like cool illusion where like at one angle it looked like the Horde logo and then you rotated it and then it became the Alliance logo. I'm like, oh, that's dope. And that kind of inspired like a thought, you know, a project that I'll do someday where I want to do something kind of similar to that. Like it would be very cool to have. So imagine this. Imagine a table or two tables, chairs, whatever, like a conference table or something like that. And on one end, there's a chair, and that's like the Horde table. And on the other end, it's the Alliance table. And then in the middle is like this image, you know, this array of stars, basically. And so if I sit here as the orc, I'm going to see the Horde logo. And if I sit here as the Alliance, I'm going to see the Alliance logo. That'd be sick. That'd be awesome, dude. I'd totally do that. I would totally do that. Um, One person that this kind of thing. Oh, so someone did it. Nice. Oh, they just shaped it. Boring. I'm just kidding. That's cool. That's very cool. Because like you have the whole Naru glow and all that. That's sick. He has made a bird with the effect that you have in the filigree. Nice, nice. So I'm glad I'm not alone. You know, I'm just the first like crazy person to put something like that together. I remember when I showed Steph, she's like, "Oh shit." That's oh shit, we won. I think she said something like that. She's like, I think we won this thing. I'm like, I don't know about that, but ooh, I'm gonna butter up to them judges hard with this one. You know, you can't deny it. You know, next time, if 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 Blizzard were to dare do another contest like that, one, I hope that they invite Steph and I out to be like guest judges. The other judge person who was there, the celebrity judge, that was neat and everything. But no, 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 bring us out. That'd be hella fun. But two, like now you know the secret. The secret is to please the judges, not just to not simply to make things something that you think is cool. Make something that'll play the judges because that always works. The labor, oh, it's a lot of labor. Oh yeah. Um, Too bad I never did a time lapse of the Taylor Swift signature. That's a bummer. That one, that was a lot of pieces. Oh, that one was bad, man. I used because for that one, for those who saw that video, I used the entire skybox room. Um, and yeah, that thing was big. That one took about double. I saw so let's see how many things do I have out right now. So I have 372. Oh yeah, I used like four times as many. I had like about 1400, 1500 that I used for that signature. It was, have you guys seen it? Mm, it's very finely done. Like I was very proud of it, and then I took it down, and I'm like, oh, what a. But even that one, oh, it only took me about a few hours. It's pretty quick. The biggest thing was resizing everything. So someday when Blizzard's like, yeah, we're gonna let you mass select and resize mass things at once. Oh baby, that's gonna be good. That's gonna be good. Uh, uh, um, mm, mm, so yeah, that's a lot. Yeah, 372 for this one. That's easy. And it's even fewer because I have a couple of filigrees that are just like chilling around here doing whatever. Yeah. But this thing has a special place in my memory too. You know, it's like I'm using it as like branding, channel logos. I have like where are my stickers at? Shit. They're somewhere around here. Where are my stickers? Oh no. Uh-oh. I lost the stickers. Are they in here? Shit. Nope. Uh-oh. Fuck. Yo, stickers. Okay, they were here on the desk, and now they're like they're somewhere. We're getting 10K. That still doesn't feel like enough. Oh god. Now remember, Epi, folks like you, y'all are the 1%. Y'all are like, you know, race to world first status, you know, that kind of thing. Um, Remember, yeah, yeah. Don't forget that. So, you know, it's funny because as you know, housing people, um, you know, housing has given new kinds of players their ability to shine in ways that we could not before. You know, so I think people have said it. I don't believe them. But people have said that like I'm one of the top housing creators, even though I don't really make houses. Like my name has been very present. You know, just as a big housing fan, a big advocate. for something like that. But as for the actual building, like you guys make some really, really crazy stuff. Some of the things that I've made, this helped put me on the map and all that. But it's like just a lot of the time it's just stupid ass ideas that I have that that keep me relevant. You know, uh, 10's not definitely not enough for you. I had to delete another 200 items to make room for 200 Dreadscar bookcases. I'm really glad about the pricing of items going down too. I think that's been very helpful. Like I totally understand why they want to have like some friction and some they want to make people like kind of um earn those pieces. Like, oh, I'm not just gonna buy one and then have like a bajillion of them, or it's not just gonna cost gold. Like they want people to like at least remember a little bit of what these previous expansions were. At the same time, though, especially because we're living in housing now, I'd like to think to myself that the housing that we pick up with Marl is pretty darn accessible. Marl is out there. As long as we want to get it, and if we have that mindset of a housing person, if we're not a casual about it, it's easy to get. It's pretty darn easy to get. Someone who is like hardcore raid and all that stuff, and they want to just dive into it, they might be like, "Oh, dude, this is way too hard to get," because in that sense, they're casual about housing. So it's a whole different thing. I'm very careful with overbuying. Yeah, gotta be careful. Someone with a new account and no decor, I'm very humbled by how much effort it takes for new players to get all the decor items. Oh yeah, for sure, for sure. But that's also why, like, for the most part, the the bread, right? The bread of housing is neighborhood stuff. The butter is everything else, for the most part. Um, if people want to build something around a certain kind of decor, I think that's kind of their choice. If they wanted to pursue like the hard to get kind of decor, um, but I would almost always argue in favor of things becoming more affordable too. Now, but not to a point where we visit the city or we visit an expansion and then we never go back to it again. That I think would kind of ruin part of the point of housing, making the world feel bigger and relevant. So, most known currency by far has been the war resources in BFA. Well, I guess here's the real question, Ashvane. What is it that you're getting, or what are you what are you farming for? I guess because that's like obviously a big thing. If there's nothing that you really care for about with that needs war resources, then you're not going to worry about it. Brawl string lights. Good point. Now it's too bad the string lights that they don't have lighting themselves, but I guess that's a benefit too. How much are string lights? I forgot. String lights. They cost. That's not the right thing. I gotta go to. Actually, aren't there new string lights? No, no, no. Those are just ropes. Yeah. Yeah, those are just ropes that came out. So 75. Nice and cheap. That ain't so bad. Love all the Zandalar decor and look, I also like the Coltrane decor. Old Salt. What's Old Salt? Ah, that fireplace. Ah. See, it's cool because I like the wall that's being used here too. It's a cool texture. if people want to hold on to something like that. Yeah, for me, I think I mostly cut myself off from that. If it's kind of a part of my mantra. If the going gets tough, give up. I I if something feels like it's like not worth the effort, I'm just not going to do it. Now, of course, I'm not thinking about housing. You know, it's not like that's too troublesome for me. But if I can find an alternative to a thing, then I'll do it. Or if I can pivot into something different, then I'll do it. Um, and that's it. You know, and I just won't really bother too much with trying to go for that unless I happen to have time, but I never have time, so I don't do it. Hey. Lumber is stupid. I can't force myself to grind. I mean, that's what gold is for. You know, that's why I make gold because I could just kind of stand there, make hella gold, and then buy the things that I want. So yeah, I have no complaints over lumber because someone else is gonna make some good money over what they do, and I'm cool with that. You know, it's better than buying stuff and it's better than having no choice but to buy something from the shop, which thankfully is not a thing. I could always just be like, well, I'm just gonna make more gold, buy some WoW tokens, and then buy whatever things I want. But at least at the moment, aside from the puppies that I picked up, I think that's the only housing thing that I got. I think that's it. I think there's like there's like a doormat, right? But I don't think I got those either. So yeah, so I never got the that thing, never got the doormats, or I think there was another thing to it. Nope. It was just okay, I think that bundle's gone actually. And then this bundle looks like it's gonna go away. Oh well. I guess I'm fucked. What I said that got me flagged, I don't know. But we're on the rerun channel and it's very heavily moderated. So I think if you cuss, I think you'll get uh flagged or whatever. So careful. Moving on to Gilnan Waldhammer Wells, Gilnan Walls, Waldhammer Fountains. Yeah, Gilnan Walls are great, dude. Gilnan Walls are awesome. Pendarn Walls would be awesome if they cost as much as Gilnan Walls, you know what I mean? For now, it keeps with dark particles, and I have no idea what to do with them. Yeah, like I finally got rid of a bunch of fell candles that I had. I'm like, okay, I'm not using these for anything, so forget it. I just wanted to make some space, but now I got this much more space. So how much space do I have now? I've got about 6,800. So I'm good. I'm good for now. Yeah. Well, who feel really bad for are the ones who want to manage multiple large builds because they won't be able to do it. It's just not too much. I didn't buy any shop items, all kit bash or repros. And the one item that I'm kind of jealous about that we have in the shop that you can't get anywhere else is the stables. I like them stables. I like that whole idea of like the grassy ground and all that. I think that's really neat. I think that's quite neat. I should probably head out now. I'm hoping that I'm meeting I should have looked earlier if I met those requirements. Here, let me take a look. So I go to achievements and where is it? Okay, so I did meet it. So path to affiliate, minimum of 3 average viewers on 4 different days. Okay. So I hit 1 day. So I got to do this 4 more times. 3 more times, I'm sorry. And then I will be an affiliate. Yay! Oh yeah, I'm not gonna buy them either. Yeah, screw that, dude. That's for me. It's just it's it's an interest thing, not even so much a principle thing. It's more like it's like they're cool, but they're not that cool. Um, yeah, watch the reruns. I'm going to do the well, so I'm not gonna spin up the rerun channel yet. I want to make sure I hit affiliate first. Um, if anything, I'm just gonna keep doing these until I hit affiliate. Then I'm going to resume the stream. In the meantime, I'm still going to continue building up the archive. Like I added another 21 yesterday, so I'm gonna add. No, actually, I added about 40. Yeah, so there's a good bit that I added, and I'm gonna keep adding more as we go. That way you get a nice bit of variety. It'll be cool because there's a lot of visits that well, for those who like just watch through them, there's a lot of visits that I have like, burned and everything, but they just haven't been put out as VODs yet. So there are a lot of extra things that you guys haven't seen in a while. But yeah, I'm gonna head out. You guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys back at the normal channel tomorrow. But again, please follow this channel here. I very, very much appreciate your guys' help with all that. And of course, later on, when you guys want to just have something on running in the background, that's what this channel will be here for. In the meantime, though, you guys have a great rest of your day. I'll see you guys for the next thing. And until then, stay safe, stay healthy, and as always, stay breezy. Bye.